Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back with oxygen not included. Yes, it has been a couple of weeks due to, some rather unforeseen circumstances once again, but what can I do? Life is life. But today I have plenty of time, so we are back today. After last time around, I think it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago by now, we tamed this major volcano right here. That's what we did last time, and that is where we're going to continue today. But before we do anything, as always, let me take a look into chat here. We have Amigo Polar as the first responder. I mean, that is not a lie, that's very true. Thank you very much for joining, appreciate that. Elfie is here, Keonis is here, Septimus is here, Doc is here, Demetrius is here, and Words is here as well. And Anthony. And 3C. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you guys. Truly appreciate it that you all joined today. But what is the plan? What are we gonna do? I actually don't know. I just had in my mind, why not go to space? Because I do know for a fact, last time around, right here, our research is completed. We are all the way through with applied sciences research. That means there's nothing left over that we can do without having more data analysis research available, and that is something that we are lacking. We have used what we have, and that is the end of it. Currently, we are basically just filling up the other 3 in the meantime. But for us to move forward, we definitely need more research. Specifically, plan number 2 is right here, the research reactor. And to get that one working, of course, we will also need 27 more data analysis research. So that is something that is on the agenda, but we first got to find a space, and we got to get to space. So those are the 2 things that we need to do first. Let's see where we at, though. Let's get an overview. Let's see what's even going on. Who needs a plan? Yes, right. Who needs a plan? I mean, that's basically all of the plan there is. It's the most roughest outline of a plan that I can ever come up with. Yeah. Have you ever captured rocket heat in an industrial sauna? With this map, the volcanoes up top make it logical. Have I ever done that? I think a very long time ago with a steam rocket, but I don't think that is what we are referring to here, no. I think what you're talking about is, of course, the exhaust coming from a petroleum rocket, for example. No, haven't done that, but we could potentially think about something like that. But before that, let's think about... So I don't want to go anywhere far into space. If I talk about going into space, I'm talking about this one space right here around us. That's where we need to go just to get some research for right this moment. But for a research reactor, I'm thinking this top left corner here, once again, looks to be pretty good. If there's nothing in here that we can't destroy, if it's just random nonsense, then this corner here is a very good spot where we can just build our reactor setup. If I still remember how to do it. My god, it has been ages since I did that last time. So we will see how that goes. That may actually be quite interesting, because I actually... yeah, may have to remind myself exactly what we are going to do here. But before we do anything else, let's see. We are going to come at least a little bit higher right here to the height of our neutronium. Where are we at? There we are. So right here, where we want to be. Let's bring our ladder up there. And from there, once we have it, let's bring our ladder over here to the left. I don't know exactly what the dimensions are going to be, but let's just bring a dupe over there for the time being, so we can see what's going on. Dizzy is here, says LOL. Now I cannot get the song out of my head. Life is life, that's right. Thomas is here, says Servus, Servus, Thomas, salvedere. Glad you could join today. Alright, let's put in here our ladder. Made out of granite, that's totally fine for the time being. So the dupes have something to do while we check out the rest of the base, because, again, kind of forgot somewhat what we did. That is a recurring theme here on this channel, in case you're not aware. Let's get rid of this here. This is literally just for the liquid pump, so it doesn't matter too much. But we are very low on oxygen here. We will have to take a look into this. What is the issue here at hand? Why is it so low? It is so low because it's coming out of the left side pump, coming over here, and it splits first and foremost right here. So every packet, here we are losing already 50% of mass, going over here to the right side, and another 50-50 split coming down to the bottom. So yeah, it's just way too little volume. We may have to change that around here in a little bit. And how is our base looking? Yeah, because we did all the digging up here on the top right, it looks a little bit low, but this is literally just because of the digging. That should resolve itself here very shortly. Let's leave it be for the time being, but this here will become a problem. Well, once we start the work, that is all going to happen out here in space. So yeah, okay. That is, yeah, going to be an issue. But not one that we can solve. In here, we are waiting for our chlorine gas. Maybe another spawn for the suits. Demetrius, I was thinking the same thing. I was actually thinking the same thing. Maybe just a small one with only 1 or 2 electrolyzers. Just for a temporary being at least. It's an option. That's it. That's on the table. It's an option. If it becomes an actual issue, we can slap that together in a heartbeat. Not a big deal. That we can slap together in no time at all. This one here is still working. Down here on the bottom, our our fancy aluminum spike is still doing some work here. Cool. That is awesome. It's good enough to keep our Fluxus alive. Looks like we're at negative 13 degrees, a couple more degrees here, and this farm tile here can also hold its own pike apple bush. We need negative 14, 1 more degree. And it looks like more and more Fluxus are coming in here as well to get our wood stocks back up. So that's fine. We can just continue here as is. And down here on the bottom, we are creating more oil, but I'm pretty sure that, yes, right here, our pipe is completely full all the way to the top, because here we are halted. We are not doing anything with it right now. We are sitting on 2,800 kilograms of plastic, though. We could change that theoretically. We could theoretically change that, and I think we should probably. Let me build something like this here. Let me see. Just so it works out temporarily for us. Let's see here in automation, right here and right here, 2 metal tiles. That should get the job done. Let me plop some mesh tiles, not here, but right here. We're going to replace this here with mesh tiles. And then right here, I'm going to put in a normal tile. Or why not? Let's come all the way through here with insulated tiles. That should be fine. Yeah, that should do it. That should be enough. Well, you know what, actually, I think it was better with normal tiles. There we go. Just so we can cool down the steam created by the polymer presses. It will just drop down here. It will create a lot of water. It's not going to be a big deal, because as long as we also block this here off with a few tiles, don't even have to go that deep. This here is fine, just to the snow. Once this here all melts, we just stop it right here. This here will be a basin. We pump it out, do with it whatever we want. It will take a long, long time. It's only 2 polymer presses. It's not that much thermal mass. Okay, so far so good. Seems like the base is in a pretty decent situation, except those atmosuits here. But generally speaking, it could be a hell of a lot worse. Power-wise, we are sitting on, let's see, 2,286 kilograms worth of hydrogen in our infinite storage. And we have also 1,592 kilograms worth of natural gas. And that is not total, that is per tile inside of our 2 infinite storages right here. So power is also not going to be a problem for the foreseeable future. That is for sure. All right, very good. That's where we stand. Now we just gotta execute. I think that was a limiting factor with the output to space ventilation. With what, Kionis? Yeah, we were sucking out the CO2 to suck up... What? We were sucking out the CO2 to suck up the O2. Oh yeah, that's right. That was over here. I remember now. That's what you were talking about. Okay. Alright, dupes. Let's turn up the speed and let's get this ladder here built so we can go along here. And also, in the same time, then put in some meteor blasters. We need to protect this area here. Of course, in due time, that has to happen as well. Thankfully, our infrastructure is very close by. And that is not going to be a problem at all. And in the meantime, of course, all this chlorine gas right here is slowly but steadily also evacuated out here into space. And this here should become a vacuum very, very soon. The entire area right here. At that point, we can get also rid of this chiller right here. That will be completely for nothing. Okay. Jesus here is this third. Don't know if that's actually correct, but sure. One thing that we will need, though, for sure, is steel. That actually quite a little bit of steel. Can we do something right here? We have plenty of refined carbon. We have some lime. So let's make us maybe 30. Because what we will need, if we like it or not, even with the meteor blasters, just to be safe, that is not a system to mess around with. We will need bunker tiles to keep our reactor here protected. Because if we don't, again, we run out of shells for one reason or another, something unforeseen happens. We do not want this thing here to break, because it will literally blow up, as reactors do if you leave them unattended. Okay. Simple reads, that's right. I think we're a little bit low on our polluted water still. Yeah, that's fine. We have enough reed fiber, 231 units that will hold us over. Yeah, this is going well. We literally just need to come over here, get this here out, get a little bit of an overview, see what's going on in here, see if we can get rid of all this stuff right here, or if there's anything else in our way, and if not, just rip mine this here down. And as soon as that is done, bada bing, bada bum, research reactor, here we come. I'm actually looking forward to that. I haven't done that in so long. I don't know. We will see how that goes, if I remember how to do this. Always fun for me to do something that I haven't done in a long time, or doing for the first time, and in general. Okay, other than that, our alums, I was about to say, look pretty happy. Maybe alive. Our Vagro note here, once again. Temperature too low? I don't understand how. I literally don't. We're literally pumping oxygen in here at 47 degrees. I mean, how is it not hot enough in here? Literally everything around here is blocked off. How else can we heat up this area right here? I mean, the only other way that I can see is... even this here should all be warm enough, theoretically. But yeah, let's bring in a little bit more insulated tiles here. Well, that's the problem, actually. Not on the bottom. Let's do it on the top. Let's make all this here insulated. And let's see if this here is enough to heat it up. Because if I do it on the bottom, it will rip out all of these nodes right here. Or those vines, better to say, that I definitely don't want to rip out. The world needs a BierTier guide on nuke power. I think I've done it before on video, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was live or not, but it is somewhere floating around on my channel, I believe. Okay, so far so good. We can open this door and lock this one. Why are all these doors here doing what they're doing? I'm not entirely sure, but sure. Insulated tiles. Let's see what happens. Have we tried to turn peat into coal? I have tried that. Actually... not on this stream. No, we haven't this time around. But we did it last time around. When we tried the beta, I believe we did that. We did it on the very bottom. Okay, very good. Our peat production is going very good, by the way. We are up to 42 tons. Okay, let's see if this here makes a difference. And keeps these lums here happy. Everything else seems to be okay. This here, okay, pressure. That's because we keep on digging up here. The pressure is just dropping slowly but steadily across the base. Not because we are running out of oxygen, just because this here is one of the things that we have been doing. And every time we are ripping the stuff here out, this area here is requiring more and more oxygen. We just we cannot supply it in that speed. So yeah, that's why it looks like that. Yeah. What else is going on here? Literally nothing. We should probably stop this here, as a matter of fact, for the time being, just so this here doesn't become a bigger problem. You can see it here in real time, because every time you rip one out, that's one tile that just goes away. Okay, right here. Very good. Gonna leave the rest here for right now. Not that we need anything that's in here. We were just doing it literally for, well, the sake of doing it, really. But yeah, it becomes an issue if we do it too fast throughout this entire area right here. Other than that, yeah, the supply is good. Definitely. Not too many issues here, but we should probably go ahead and grab us an extra electrolyzer setup really quickly, just for the suits. So we do nothing but the suits. Or at least enhance the suit output at the bare minimum. Where would we put something like that? We could put it probably down here, just temporarily. We can always rip it back out in a heartbeat. It's probably the easiest possible solution at hand. Or we do it over here on the left somewhere. That would also be an option, so we can get rid of the hydrogen very quickly and easily. That's option 2, I suppose. I have some chlorine in here that really doesn't matter. Temperature-wise, it also doesn't matter. We could literally just plop it right here. Yeah, why not? Let's make that happen. At the moment, it's all about the base, no trouble. That is right, Layden. That is correct. At the moment, we are just trying to get up here to space, where we are trying to get our reactor in. For that, we first need to get some dupes up here, of course. But once we have that accomplished, we will try to build our reactor. But for the time being, let's see that we can increase the efficiency of our base here a little bit. And of course, the efficiency goes up if we have more suits available for our dupes here to use. Okay. Let's see. Quick and 30. If we put something in here that probably just looks like... Where do we have one? Electrolyzer right here. Or that was actually... Oh, one too far over. Sorry. Go away. One more. We will need some mesh tiles right here. And some mesh tiles on the right side as well. Gonna have a pump right here on top. And we're gonna have 2 pumps down here on the bottom. That should be good enough. Quick and 30. Let's see. Do I have a door available? No. Where's an airlock door right here? And 2 more mesh tiles right there. And we'll do it. We just need to rip out this here real quick and this here real quick. So we can get in there and hook this here all up. Why aren't you using a cooling loop for the water that's cooling the oxygen? A cooling loop for the water that's cooling the oxygen. Oh, you mean to keep this here cool? There's no need for it because we have down here all this ice. Every time we dig up ice, we throw it in here. It cools itself. Look at the temperature. We're at 8 degrees, 17 degrees. That's fine. And I want the oxygen to be hot. It's, specifically for our Ovagro nodes right here. So this here coming out at, what was it? 39, 47 degrees. That wasn't a complaint. That was actually just me stating that's a good thing. That was a good thing in that case. We can always cool it down very quickly, much more, by adjusting the amount of radiant pipes that we use along this length here that's inside the tank. So we can adjust the amount of cooling that we give our oxygen at any given point, which is a pretty simple and straightforward system. But yeah, there's that. Also, this here is 1 too low. What in the hell am I doing? That's the height that we need. That'll do it. That will do it. With that tank with the ice, a water level around wouldn't be a bad idea. Then again, overflows make great content. Yeah, it is slowly but steadily actually becoming a concern that overflowing is going to happen here. It is going to happen. I mean, what do we have left down here? When I take a quick peek here, I have these here limited. Those are not 20 tons each. So this right here is 4,000, this is 4,000, this is 4,000, so that's 12,000 total. Plus another, let's say 2 right here, that's 14 tons. 14 tons worth of water. This here is 18 wide, so what we have right now, we can still accommodate. What we have right here, we can still easily accommodate, because we still have right here about another 7 tons in this row here as well that we have available. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Killjoy's here. Hello, Killjoy. Thanks for joining today. What's on the docket today? Right at the moment, we're just going to plop in a quick spawn right here to fill up our oxygen here a little bit easier. And we're also trying to build us a research reactor up here in the top left corner. If that works out. I don't know if there's anything hidden right here that is going to be a problem. I doubt it, but we have to first uncover it before I can finally make the call, or make the final call on if that is going to happen or not. A little bit more information is required. Okay, there it goes. Now we just need this here that's built out of gold, that's built out of gold, that's all built out of gold. Really? I mean, not that it matters, but let's just use something that we have nearby. Not that it matters. Again, this here is a purely temporary build. It's not going to make a difference any way, shape, or form. We're going to get all this here back later on. But right at the moment, it will be good enough, though. Looks like biobots. I think it's biobots. The bestie says that's a very different oxygen not included problem, right? It is. But temperature-wise, our base here, even though we are basically pumping 47-degree hot oxygen in here, the only heat that we have in the entire base is right here, where we have our double smoker setup. Other than that, we're literally surrounded and in a nice inhabitable cold area right here. 13, 14 degrees in the bedroom. No complaints there. No complaints there. Okay, this is here. Let's see. Where do we get power from? What do we have available? Holy cow, what are you? That's a cool question to answer. Right here, this large power transformer. All ready for the spawn. Perfect. Can't power another one. Why not? Might as well. Beautiful. So let's bring this here in and over. And 5 gifted memberships from Killjoy. Thank you very much, Killjoy. Truly appreciate that. You know it. And look at that. Doc number 27, Katrina Connelly, Luca, Anthony, and Brandon all received a membership. All 5 names are names that I actually recognize. That's actually insane. I don't think we ever had 5 gifted memberships to names that I actually recognize. Maybe YouTube is actually doing some work in the background. I mean, a guy can dream, right? Okay, clean this here up. First with the M key and then with the K key. Let's get all this stuff out of here. That is a pure W. I agree, Jez. This is a pure W. Once again, Killjoy. Truly appreciate that. That's awesome. Always great to see when people get it. They're actually active in chat. Okay, let's plop this here in. And while we're at it, let's take the opportunity to also figure out where all of our gas lines here are going. That's going to be very simple. Very, very simple indeed. We need a... Where are you at? Am I blind? Where's the bridge? There you are. We're just going to come out here. That's going to work out just fine. With a pump built up right here. We will have to get this here out of here first. Yeah, this is actually going to be a problem. Hold on one second, because once we build this bridge right here, it will actually be powered, and these here will start pumping. We don't want that. So let's make sure it does not power up and pump nonsense into our infinite storage. We definitely don't want to do that at all. We have our 2 pumps down here in the bottom. 2 pumps, of course. If you remember, the electrolyzer does release 888 grams of oxygen. So 1 pump can only handle 500 grams. That's why we need 2 of this. Hydrogen is only 112 grams. So 1 gas pump on the top for the hydrogen. Just a quick refresher in case you may have forgotten. That is what we are dealing with or working with here, however you want to look at it. And then the question is just, how am I gonna do this? I could, theoretically, just replace this pipe right here entirely, or in its entirety, with the spawn right here, and then have these 2 pumps only power this area and this area instead of also this area. And I think that makes the most sense. So let's see right here, where can we come down? I mean, literally anywhere. It's actually beautiful. It's actually very beautiful. We can literally just come straight across here, put bridges where we need them, and then connect it up right there. Just as simple as that. This here is also going to be nice because this here is obviously going to be the most utilized area for atmosuits that we are going to have in the base once we start building up top. So it could literally not be much better than that. So let's make this here happen in this manner right here. And then let's go. Oops. Bring it on. It's your time to shine. Dimitri says, want the top pump draw oxygen from below instead of hydrogen? Yes, because I built it 1 too low. You do have a good point there. This pump here actually needs to go up here to the top, and that should be fine. Is the hydrogen pump? Yep, 3C over on the other side saw it as well. It is going to happen right here. So yeah, we need to replace this here. So that works out. Sorry, we don't have to move the gas pump. We have to replace these here. That's what I meant to say. My mistake. Good catch. Good call. 3C, yes, you said it at the exact same time as Demetrius. But at the exact same time as Demetrius. Okay. That'll do it. That will do it. Come on, dupes. Let's get it done real quick. Also, do we have no storage for brine? Could have sworn we plopped that somewhere. Aren't you allowed to put brine in here? You are. So, why are you complaining? Get it. Dupes, get it. How is our ladder coming up top? I think I'm going to give our ladder here a higher priority. Just so the dupes actually go up there and do it. Since we're now building inside the base, the dupes are more inclined to do this stuff here first, as always. So we're going to send them up later. A temporary infinite storage. Vesti says, right. And Layden says, nothing more permanent than a temporary oxygen not included fix. Also, that is 100% correct. Okay, dupes. Make it happen. Out of what? What are we building? Yep, insulated tiles here, of course. No, insulated gas pipe is out of igneous. I was about to say, of course, we're building it out of shale. No, we're not, thank God. It is actually igneous, as it should be. That's good. Last but not least, we will need some water. The beautiful thing is, once again, since it's so close to our original spawn, we can literally do the same thing here. Temperature won't matter, so we're just gonna feed it straight in. It'll be fine. You know what? It's still gonna be a little bit better to cool it down. Fuck it. We're gonna put it in again. Worst case scenario, we're gonna get it back at the end of the day. So let's do this. Let me think about this here. Yep, that's gonna be fine. We're literally just gonna do it like this. Wrap this here not out of nickel. We're gonna use aluminum because we have it. Might as well use it if we have it. And if we come over here, we do this, we do that, and we're done. Okay, very good. That should hopefully get the job done. And then we still have the chlorine in here, of course, that we need to get rid of. But we're gonna do that here momentarily as well. Okay, the dupes are added. It's looking good. How are we doing up here? Any trouble? Our iron volcano right here seems to be doing okay. And over here, this here seems to be working as well. 240 degrees Celsius in here. The steam turbines are going full force. Our polluted water is at 62 degrees. Wow. That may actually become a problem here. Let's see. The output temperature is at 90 degrees, but that's why we have our secondary chiller over here. We'll see. We'll see how this here goes. This here RoboMiner is built out of steel, 275 degrees Celsius. I'm kind of worried that I accidentally built this one here out of steel instead of iridium, that it might overheat before anything else in here. Because I can see us reaching 270 degrees here relatively soon. But it seems like, as a matter of fact, we are putting in the last magma right now, so it should calm down here a little bit. How much longer is this here down? For 5.6 cycles. So basically we have now 5.6 cycles. Or, I mean, we don't. But our thermoaquatuna has those 5.6 cycles to cool down the water as much as possible. So we will see how this here goes. And how much of the igneous rock we can get out of here, how quickly. We will see. We will see. This here's working, that's great. And this here has been done, that's even better. Last but not least, we're gonna go ahead and block this here off. Is there anything else that I need in here? To turn it on and off, I'm just gonna use the wires. We don't need any automation for that. In the F7 overlay, as I said, we are gonna go ahead and we are going to evacuate at first the gases that are in here. And I think I'm just going to do that down here. That's going to be very easy. We're just going to rip out this gas bridge here, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we're just going to rip out the gas bridge. Gonna cut this off, gonna cut this off. And once the gas bridge here has been ripped out, we're just gonna go ahead and plop in a little bit of a gas vent. Let's see, do I need a high pressure one? No, I don't. Pressure here is relatively low. That should be good. Demetrius says, we have a saying in Greece, nothing more permanent than the temporary. Yeah, there's the universal oxygen not included saying as well, I believe. And Kevin is here, says, been a while since I've seen this playthrough, but are there any bonbons you can get some nectar from for coolant, better temp range? I don't know. I believe we have a handful somewhere over here, yeah, but we have not utilized them for right now. That is something that we may have to look into, though, for sure. That is a good call, Kevin. That is a good call indeed. Kappa Sensei says, let's go. Let's go, Kappa. Let's see. Actually, these here don't need to be a 9 for nothing. I just want this here to get built real quick, so we can get rid of the gases in here, and we can start priming and whatnot. That would be great, and highly appreciated on top of that as well. So, dupes, let's do it. And over here, it looks like, yep, we're finally making a little bit more headway, and it looks like we do have the biobed builder right here. That is something that we can annihilate. I think we can live without the biobed builder. We don't need it. We have 24 dupes. Yeah, we're gonna rip that out. There is no question. Ripperoo. That's what we're gonna do here. That's gonna happen. For sure. Let's see. I believe what we are going to do here is probably... Are we just gonna outright strip mine this here? We might as well, actually. And having done the ladders already available for later on is probably beneficial. So from right here, we're just gonna go 4 high, I mean. The normal height. And we're just gonna use something like granite. That should be okay. And we're gonna come all the way over to the abyssalite. And we're gonna do that probably 3 or 4 times here. Let's see, until we make it all the way down to the bottom. Which means right here, that is the bottom. Then we will see. That's only 3 high. If we can make our way through here in a somewhat quick fashion to get the stuff here out as quickly as we can. Then last but not least, I think that's how deep we're gonna go for right now. Later on, we will have to change this area here slightly to have a inside area and an outside area. We will have to specify what's what and how. So yeah, that is going to be good. Flygon says I have a free Prime sub and I will use it. If that's a threat, then I'm all for it. I never say no to Bezos bucks, ever. And in here, we're just gonna go ice cold. Everything that's here, rip it out. Do we not have a single dupe in here? Oh, that's the advanced medical skill to use it. We don't have a dupe that has that skill. I was about to say, we don't have a single dupe in here that has the skill to actually demolish that. I can't believe that. And yeah, sure enough, that's not what they were trying to tell me here either. Okay. How many dupes are gonna get stuck? If you want to put some bets up in chat right now, might as well. It's definitely gonna happen. Just a question of time. Inspect them first. That's a good call. That's a very good call, actually. There. I like that. We're also gonna rummage first. So let's cancel the demolition here and cancel the demolition here. Inspect and rummage. Once we can rummage, we will rummage. We can not... Actually, if I restore this building right here, will it give me data points? Data banks? I don't think so, right? If I remember correctly, I don't think... not from restoring it. That's fine. That doesn't give anything. That should be it. Alright. 3C says me. I'm definitely gonna get myself stuck. You probably will, yes. You do have a known history of getting yourself stuck. Kevin says Demetrius good beer keeping. Yep. Somebody's got to keep me in line, and apparently Demetrius is the man for the job. I like it. Okay, how are we doing down here? Actually, that has been built, so we might as well do this here real quick. Hook it up, make it happen. Let's go. Vacuum! With 2 pumps down here. That should be relatively quickly done. Without a problem. There is a little bit of carbon dioxide stuck in here. That's going to be the bigger problem, of course. But it will come around. If it likes it or not. Eventually. Once the pressure of the oxygen is low enough, it will comply. If it likes it or not. Other than that, how are we looking now up here in the top right? Slowly but steadily, this is a little bit more normalizing. But it's getting worse over here on the left side. Why? I don't know why, actually. Guess we will have to see. We are about to have more oxygen available. So if we have to use a little bit for the base as well, that's fine. We will see what we exactly need to do here. Okay. A little bit more here. Still oxygen up here. Still oxygen. Come on, oxygen. Get out of here. And up here, yep, we're getting through it. Looks like we got a snazzy suit. And the second thing we got after it saves is also a snazzy suit. Very nice. 2 snazzy suits. Do we have any volunteers, or do we have anyone that you recommend who should get a snazzy suit? Might as well. Let's see, who do we have available? We have 3C. Doc number 27. Jason. Katrina. We got a lot of people here. A lot of people. Figon is here. Give me that snazzy suit, says Anthony. Anthony, don't you already have one? Do you have a dupe? I don't think you have a dupe, Anthony, do you? Or am I just blind? I don't think you have one, sir. Sad face, indeed. Killjoy needs one. Killjoy needs one. Yes, Killjoy definitely. No, Killjoy already has one. Killjoy already has a snazzy suit. He's fine. We're gonna give 1, 2, 3C. How about that? And we're gonna give the other one to Doc number 27. Alright, dupes, go ahead, rip it all out to make it happen. Build all of our ladders, and I would prefer it. I should always do this, actually, when we are strip mining. Ladders should always be set to a higher priority than the rest. We always want to build before we destroy, because the ladders are usually in a place where the dupes can escape in a worst-case scenario. That is, of course, not always true, as we know. But it is at least. And sometimes, and it can save a dupe's life. In the end, if we build before we dig. Katrina says, I already have snazzy socks. Anthony says, or I died? Did you die? Raymond died, Jez died, Killjoy died. No, you didn't die. You did not die. You actually never had a dupe. That's how it goes, I guess. That's just how it goes sometimes. Okay, the Biobot builder is gone, so we can build the rest in here as well. Dupes, bring the resources. I know it's a little bit tedious, but it has to be done. Make us a little bit more efficient and a little bit faster. Chlorine gas down to 25 grams here on the right side. This is going to be a vacuum soon. Very nice to see. Steam and chlorine gas over here on the left side at about 15 grams or so, also negligible. And over here we have very little left, 11 grams. So this one here is probably going to be the first one that is going to make it to the status of being actually a vacuum. Very good. Love to see it. Did you have the dupe named Ant? Did I? That could be. Anthony? Did you request it to just be named Ant? Can that be? Because that is very possible. Equitime here may be onto something. I remember something along those lines. I think it was on your own request, because I usually don't rename you guys other than your actual names, unless it's extremely long, of course, but we would have easily fit Anthony in there. Yeah, I was named Ant. Well, that's funny. You forgot your own request, your own nickname. Well, if we find that other snazzy one, it will be yours, Mr. Ant-Man. That's funny. Okay, this is going to give us a nice amount of space. So what are we going to do with this area right here? We will have to decide somewhat what this here is actually even going to look like. I mean, son of a gun. Let's give him another few minutes. Let's finish this here. And once we have this here finished, let's give it a basic outline at least, so we know what we are looking at here. Because right at the moment, just going through it all in my mind is a little bit difficult. I need to put it onto the canvas here to see exactly how we are going to do this. I'm also trying to fix a mess up in my game. I'm playing in another window. I can't imagine. We've all been there. It's always another mess to clean. Kiona says I don't recall this conversation. Okay. Yeah, with the carbon dioxide right here, that is what we are pumping out right now. It's almost gone. It's not a big deal. We're about to start this up, and it should be alright. Okay. So far, so good. This here is still too cold, but by 0.1 degrees. It's not making a difference. This here is about to come back online. And then the lumps can eat and they don't have to die from hunger. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. We're actually fine. Honestly, here should be okay. All right. Still a little bit in here. Come on. Working with micrograms here. I've got an iron and copper volcano really close. I'm trying to combine them in your volcano tamer. If you have 2 of them, I mean, it should still work. I just don't know if 2 steam turbines are enough. Yeah, you just build another auto sweeper combo at wherever the other one is located around you. Yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Probably should add 1 more steam turbine, at least a 3rd one. You said you have copper and iron. Yeah, definitely. Definitely add 1 more. Okay, dupes are still hard at work here. Everything has to go. We need the space here. And the nice thing is that we are also immediately, while we are building all this here, creating a vacuum in this area, which is great because we want a vacuum in here anyway. That's why I like to build reactors, because the reactors just take up so much space, right? It's just such an immensely big space. And if you build it, let's say, I could as easily just built it, let's say right here, because why not? But the problem is here I have all these gases I have to deal with. I have to manually pump them out or get rid of them in a different way. Where up here, the building process just takes care of it all by itself. Which is nice. By the time we are done and we are actually closing it off, there's not much left. It just is a big step of work that we are saving by just building it in space. Okay, ladder's coming along here. Everything good? Are we having a vacuum now? Yes, sir, we do. Very nice. Let's kill this here, bring it out, and then let's bring our bridge here back in. Still built out of shale. Crazy. We want it right here, please. But we first gotta rip out. Yep, this one. Any second now. Oops. Anyone? Please. High priority. There we go. Last but not least, I got it. Okay, let's hook this here up. That's the last thing we need. As a matter of fact, that was stupid. That was actually very stupid. I haven't primed it yet. I'm already thinking about the reactor so much that I'm forgetting how to build a basic spawn down here. Are you kidding me? We need to turn on the electrolyzer first, of course, now that we have a vacuum. That's kind of an important step, isn't it? So let's make that happen. Yes, and then we also need to pump out from the top right here. So we can get rid of the oxygen and only have hydrogen up here on the top. That's what we want. That's what we need. I was just thinking about priming, yes. I was like, what am I actually doing? Yeah, my mind is completely already, how am I going to do this here? Okay. Connect it all up, pump it all out, get it all done. Once we see that this here is all hydrogen, that's the main thing that we are actually looking for. The top down here, I mean, it's just a little bit of extra oxygen that we are pumping out. No complaints there, why not? But up here on the top, this is what we actually need to start up the system properly. Get rid of the oxygen up here on the top. Kind of like that. Now we can get rid of the gas vent. Top and bottom. And we can do that rather quickly. Something like this. There we have it. Now we can see it. It's properly primed. All these tiles right here are hydrogen. So it's fine. So that should be good. Now, last but not least, gas bridge. Here and there. And then let's go back up here where we belong. Okay, to build this here bunker tiles, we are going to probably... Are we gonna go straight over or are we gonna go up? That's the bigger question. We're probably gonna go up. Yeah, let's go up a little bit. What is the maximum space that we have here? Oh, there's plenty of space. My goodness. What are we working with here, actually? Can barely read it. 55 tiles. Yeah. Yeah, we can easily go up. Let's bring this here over to the right. And let's see how much that is. We want to put 5 steam turbines in here, I would say, maybe. Maybe 5. Steam turbine has a width of 5 tiles, as we all know. So we need to be 5 times 5. That makes 25 wide. 25 stops right here. So right here needs to be my wall. This is the bare minimum width that we need just for this build right here. So we can already build this. This is a good defense against everything else below it right away. So dupes can come along and do this here. There is no complaint here. That's fine. The only thing that we're going to leave open, of course, is this here. And we're also going to replace down here with igneous rock these tiles right here. Actually, this one here. Doesn't matter which it is. It's still going to be insulated. But yeah, this here we're going to leave open. The rest can be built. A couple of ladders here and there should be fine. Actually, don't need that. Only this ladder here will do. Alright, dupes, let's get this here done. That's gonna be the basic outline. Once this here is gone, we're gonna build that out a little bit more. A little bit lower, a little bit deeper, but yeah. But the reactor is still so useful. I fell in love with the coolant limited design. I got one with 50 steam turbines running 70 to 80% for safety. It needs space, but outputs over 30 megawatts. Good grief. Yep, you can definitely go big. I mean, reactors are insane. I love them too. I don't do them often enough because, I mean, the viewership on YouTube is the way it is. And a lot of people are more interested in the early to mid game than into the late game, and the reactor is definitely a late game build. So I don't get to do it too often, but this time around we're making it that far, which is nice. I finally get to practice it again a little bit and see if I can still do it in the first place. I mean, chances are really high that it's going to blow up in our face here. Chaz says reactors are pesky to set up, but once you get them going, Thomas says it's best. Yep. Music Kitty is here, says greetings and salutations. Greetings and salutations to you as well, Kitty. That's funny. Oh, God. Okay. So far, so good. A little bit more ice here. A lot more ice, actually. Oh, God. Now we're getting into overflow territory for damn sure. We were just talking about it. This here will actually become an issue very, very soon. And what happened down here? Apparently we made our way through this one tile right here for some reason. Well, let's make sure that doesn't happen again, I suppose. How is this here going? Looking good. Here, looking great. Everything's fine. No complaints here whatsoever. Pumping out the oxygen. Going straight up. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to cut off the right side right here. This gas pipe right here, we don't need it anymore. We can fill it up and leave it full, that's fine. Who cares? But once it's full, all the oxygen from this pipe here will go straight over to the right. So we basically just splitting it here 50-50. 50% going to the top, 50% going to the bottom. Okay. Late game equals reaction channel. Like, wait, what? I know what you mean, Vesty. To be alone says I trust in German engineering. I don't know about that. You can also use liquid nuclear waste. That is very true. Oh yeah, that's very true. Jazz has a good point there. Thomas, if you have a screenshot of your design and you want to share it in the Discord, I'm more than happy to put it up on the stream. More than happy to show off how you built your version. Always a good idea. Okay. All the random liquid mercury and stuff here, we're just gonna drop all that down, no one cares. Just out of our way, out of our mind. No one cares. But we need to get rid of the stuff right here and have it gone. Let's not give into the heat spike. Let's go for a like spike instead. Give BierTier the blessing of algorithm, he means, and tickle that like button. Your life becomes 3.16% different. That's right. Yep, we only have 26 likes, 47 viewers. If we can get a few more likes, I would highly appreciate it. And I just realized I'm a complete moron. Before we get some likes going here on YouTube, how do we have across both channels 55 viewers and nobody noticed this major fuck up? Does anybody see what I'm seeing? Oh god. Can anybody tell me what exactly I did horribly wrong here and that would have blown up in our face in about 10 seconds if I wouldn't have seen it right now? Katrina gets the cookie. No sensors. I forgot the entire automation. Anthony was second in line. 100% true. I have not a single sensor in this sucker. Oh god. Like I said, my mind is completely up here on how to build the steam turbines that I have coming down here the right side, because I can just barely remember it. But yep, right here. No sensors, like it's the first time I'm playing this game. Dead live on stream. Beautiful. Love it. Love when that happens. But what can you do? Okay, how to fix it? Easiest, best possible way to get back in there is from the left side, clearly with our fancy door. Do we even care? No, we don't care. Hold on. Best possible option, in fact, is to do this here. Then let's slow it down here a little bit. Best possible way to get in here is to just get rid of the gases we already have. Might as well. Let's try at least to get as much of the hydrogen as we can. So let me do actually maybe this here. Yep, let's remove one pump from the bottom. There's not much hydrogen left. We don't even need a door or nothing. We don't need to do shit. We're just trying to get a little bit more hydrogen out of here. Kind of like this. That should do it. Now I'm going to cut off the power completely. Bring this in. Open up this and open up that. And that should do it. Well, hydrogen may stay up top. Yep. Only the top layer right here. I hope that will work. At least for the top sensor. The bottom sensor, do I require a bottom sensor? Yes, I do. I do require a bottom sensor because we're only having an output of 888 grams per second and we are pumping 1000 grams per second. If our output is higher than our input from our electrolyzer, we have to control that with automation. Absolutely no question. So let's make that happen. And then let's try to see it one more time. I'm literally surprised that none of you were yelling at me. I mean, seriously. Usually I do the tiniest mistake. Yeah. And one of you notices, not this time. Dragon is here, says hello beer, hello Dragon. Thank you very much for joining today. How are you doing? 3C says, who needs sensors when you've got infinite storages that you can contaminate, right? That was a close call, actually. It didn't already happen, though, did it? No, it didn't. Nope, all good. I saw it before it was too late, luckily. But every once in a while, even I am allowed to get lucky, I guess. This one we're gonna set to 1000, that's fine. This one we're gonna set to 750, that's fine. Just gotta change it to above. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. And now we gotta get rid of the soup in here once again. We will still have, yeah, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the two gas bridges, we have to do the entire, like, priming cycle again. Even with the hydrogen seal up here, it doesn't make a difference, really. Unless we can keep the seal, I will try, but no guarantees here. Grab us 2 more gas vents here. And then let's do it one last time. Septimus says, sadly, as much as I may want to stay and watch, I really must sleep. Night all. Night, Septimus. Thank you for joining today. I hope you sleep well. Truly do. Okay, let's bring this on. And let's turn this here back on as well. Of course, want some water in here. We don't want to do this here yet. And this here needs to be set to below. So we can actually start pumping. Didn't I set this here to 1,000? Did I not press enter? Apparently I didn't press enter. This here is actually okay on the bottom, it looks like. That is actually fine. I see nothing left anymore. Looks like that was immediately we got all the chlorine gas, so that wasn't a big problem at all. Let's see if we can do the same up here on the top. Get rid of the oxygen. Kind of like that. Yep, actually, nope, we don't have to go through the entire priming process again. Just half of it. We're good to go. We're fine. Matter of fact, nothing's already stopping us from doing this here. We can just increase the pressure in here. That is totally okay. Come on, dupes. Need some work done here. There we go. And last but not least, the gas bridges here and there. And we are fine. One more time. One last time. And this here should have been a hell of a lot easier than it turned out being. Also on the back right here, if we have a dupe that wants to come down here for who knows what reason, the dupe should be able to do so. So we can go all around here as we see fit. And then I'm also going to put in right here meteor plaster defenses very, very soon as well. I just sense a disturbance in the pressure. Wait, what? Which pressure? Which pressure are we sensing? Okay, this here's good. Oxygen's coming back up right here. That's great. That's fine. That we can deal with. How are the others looking? A little bit better at the bare minimum. A little bit of fluid down here. I'm not sure what that is. And how it got here. What are you? Mercury. Oh, somebody must have dropped something. Of course, how else would it be? And up here on the top, it looks like we're also getting slowly but steadily more oxygen in. I mean, that's all that we're asking for, and that is fine. Inside the base itself, right here, pressure overview. Getting better. Very clearly getting better. No question. That's fine. And that is okay. All right. Let's see. Over here. I need to figure out how to build this here, and I truly, truly don't remember. So let's see. I believe I always put it 3 high. So right here, I'm gonna come down 3. And then let's bring this here over. A total of 5. Down 3. And then back over. Is this correct or is this incorrect? Let me double check. In power, we're gonna grab a steam turbine. The steam turbine would live right here, which is where it fits. So that is actually correct. So then I come further down, come back over, do the same game one more time and come back over. Once again, steam turbine test. Fits in here like a glove with 1 extra to spare. Yeah, that's how I remember it. That is exactly how it goes. And then we're gonna come back over. This time a total of 10 tiles, which happens to be right here. On the bottom we need more to extract the heat from the falling down, what is it called? The nuclear waste. One more time, gonna come down 3. Over 10, down 3, over, and then right here. Total of 4 turbines down here. So if we were to put in the turbines right now, it would look something like this here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 on the top. 6 is right here. 7 is right here. I can't put those in because of the ladders. Right here. Nope, not right there. Cancel it. Not that. Here and there. And here. And there. So we have the 5 on the top. Plus the 4 right here makes 9, makes 10, makes 11. I think 11 is a pretty good start. At this point right here, we can come down 1, 2, 3 once again. And then we are going to build us a double lock down here on the bottom that looks like this. Okay, yes. That's going to be our entrance. That's going to be the height of it. That's going to be the outline of it. We have a lot of work to do in case you haven't seen that. Or in case you haven't noticed, I guess. That's a lot of work we have to do here. That's why this is a massive, massive area. Look like you're venting every 5th packet of oxygen to space. Wait, I'm doing what now? Where do you see that? Wait, what? Sorry. Tack, need to be a little bit more clear than that. I don't know what you mean. Either way around, what I was saying is, over here on the left side, the reactor is going to sit somewhere up here. I don't know exactly where. We need to figure that out. It doesn't matter. The actual location literally doesn't matter. What we do need is down here on the bottom, though. Actually, I think last time I used metal tiles, and I think that worked out really well for us, because it does distribute the heat a hell of a lot better. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it looked something like this here. Oh, yeah. What is right above here? Yeah, it could work out just fine to have that reactor sitting somewhere in this general area right here. Drop it down all the way to the ground right here onto the metal tiles. Here we have 1 insulated tiles, and beneath it, another row of insulated tiles. I believe, if I remember correctly, the metal tiles helped us drastically with our startup. Okay. So far, so good. Now the second step is, this is obviously just an outline of everything that we need. We don't actually, or we're not actually going to build these here yet. Just all those walls here can be built, or most of them at least. We can leave some open, like for example, right here, to get the still back in here. Right there, we can leave that open. And right here, we can leave this open. All that's fine, just so the dupes can get in and out wherever they feel like. But now the inside and the outside area. What are we going to have inside? What are we going to have outside? That's the bigger question. These here need to be inside. Like this here is supposed to be the inside area. The question is just how are we going to accomplish that? I wonder. Yeah, well, let's cross that bridge when we get there. It's not that simple, though. I kind of need to do it early. Yeah, you know what? Let's build what we have right now. Let's dig up a little bit more over here for the time being. For example, one thing that we can do is already come down here 4 high. Everywhere where we can, we are going to build in ladders. Every 4 high, across the board, no matter where they are going to be. Well, maybe not right there. But here, in the free area, no matter where they're going to be. Yeah, there we go. And then right here, we're going to come all the way up here. And then right here, we're going to come all the way up here. There we go. This allows the dupes a lot of freedom of movement right here. To walk around however they please. And the nice thing is that also allows them to get basically rid of all of this stuff right here. And exposing also all this area right here to space. Which allows all the gases that we have in here to start venting out as soon as possible. The earlier the better, quite literally. And that is okay. And also all these here that are currently unreachable from the inside, I'm going to open up. And I'm going to tell the dupes to go ahead and rip all this stuff here out that's going to be on the inside of our tamer. Alright, so far so good. The dupes will have a hell of a lot to do right here to get all this here done. But that is the general outline. Even if it doesn't make a lot of sense potentially right now to you, trust me, by the time it's built, it will make perfect sense. What we are doing here right now and why we are doing it. You know me, I always go into detail about every build that we are doing, and I will explain it along the way. But okay, dupes, let's get digging. Is this here now working the way it should? Let me double check it. Yep, seems to be fine. Make a vacuum tube express to the building area? Would be a way to do it. We could think about doing that as well, but yeah. Don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, our main base is right there, and very, very soon the dupes will actually come through here. Invest now to save later. I don't think it's worth the effort right now. I think it will just distract us from our goal. I think we're okay for the last little bit right here. Okay. Oh my goodness. This thing here has already erupted. Where's our water temperature? That's something I wanted to check. Water temperature went down to 2.2 degrees. Look at all the magma right here. That's quite a lot, which means this here will run for quite a long time once again, and this here will heat up once again as well. Not worth given where the suit dogs are. That's what I'm thinking too, 3C, quite honestly. Drop the mercury where the puff is. That would be the general idea. Just by default, the more we go down here, the mercury should just drop into this area right here beneath us, and it should be just fine. I believe, at least. Okay, so far so good. Could probably capture rocket exhaust heat with the reactor room too. Probably. But for that I would have to rebuild everything drastically. The Brute Man, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly appreciate that. Yeah, that would be it would be doable, of course. But it would make it more, even more vertical than it already is. Because I would have to have an area on the top here free of steam turbines. And then add those same steam turbines just for the nuclear reactor onto the side. And then on top of that, the extra heat from the exhaust will have to be somehow dealt with as well. So I need even more steam turbines. So that would just extend the build probably to down here somewhere. My God. Daniela, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. Once again, truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. But I want whoosh whoosh. Surprised you don't want purple for once. Okay, everything here is getting done. Like I said, bunker tiles made out of steel are okay here. Actually, not just okay, we need them. It's not a question of want, it's a question of need in this particular case. But we're getting it done. And that is just fine. Okay. The reactor itself. What are we going to do with that? Where are we going to have it? Could put that in as well, because that area is already free. Is there a better area or worse area? Definitely as far left as possible, as far away from the wall to contain the radiation. Why not right here? Like straight with this one right here? I think that will look somewhat decent later. Yeah, why not? Let's put a mesh tile row across here so we can put our reactor in here whenever we feel like it. And that will then also empower us to get rid of those ladders right here. We don't need those anymore once we have the mesh tiles, so that should be just fine. And one thing we definitely need already is a pneumatic door that we're going to put right here so we can block the access for dupes once the reactor is sitting. And that's going to be very important, and I can't forget about it. Because if the dupes do something with that reactor before we are ready for it, it's literally going to blow up. Resty says, could you build the rocket platform to the right of the reactor and transfer heat with a metal tile spike? That could be possible, potentially. I mean, a lot of things are possible, right? If you think about it, yeah, I'm sure it's doable in one way, shape, form, or another. Definitely. Vesti says, I want a vacuum tube with purple drywall behind it, but I never get what I want. Anthony says, and first death on mine? Dupes are resources. Dupes are resources. It's totally fine if you wanted to bite the dust a little bit earlier than others. It's just how it goes sometimes, you know? It's just how it goes. Hey, I just ripped up the kitchen floor 3 days and took away one. I think they called it a meltdown. What we also haven't done is looked at a blueprint, guys. We have plenty of them because I didn't stream last week, so we should have plenty to look at. The Stargazer cot. Now duplicates can sleep beneath the stars without wearing an atmosuit to bed. That's nice, but... Did we already have that one? Or is that a new one? I can't remember. Oh no, did we already? Yeah, I feel like that one seems so familiar. I feel like we already had that one, I think. Then he did stupid research and decided to go on an adventure, apparently. Yep, that is how that goes most of the time. I expect Vesti would like that bed, probably. Yes, he would. He would indeed. Okay, mesh tiles coming in. We can put our reactor on here later. That's gonna be fine. We can already put in a little bit of infrastructure here on the top. That just helps me figure out where to put that reactor, or better to say, how to put the reactor in. If I have a steam turbine right here, that thing is... Let me check it real quick. That thing right here is 5 wide, so right here. We're coming down. That makes me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the last one should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the corner where it belongs. That was the check in the corner that I did it right. So all of these here will need to be here in one way, shape, form, or another. It's going to have to happen. And the reason why I'm wondering where this pipe is exactly is because our reactor is going to go through that pipe. Or our pipe goes through the reactor. Also, let me put this on the reactor so any kind of data banks we find is not going to be wasted on some random bullshit. Let's make sure that we get it. We put it into a reactor so we can actually build the reactor. But yeah, you will see exactly what I mean here very shortly. Is that shale? Wait, what shale? That is shale. Oh god. Why is it always shale? Why is it always shale? Everything I do is shale. Is this still shale? Yes, it's still shale on the top. How else would it be? Igneous. 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 That's now all igneous, right? And the two in the middle. Here and there. Here and there. That's not correct. This one is off by 1. There we go. Good catch, Katrina. Thank you. Appreciate that. Shale rocket into deep space when, right? That is the next thing that's going to happen here, apparently. And we already have a meteor shower coming. So, yes, our meteor blaster here actually needs to be put in a little bit earlier than I expected it to, but that's totally fine. Just let me put that over here to the left side. So this right here is the current one that we have, and it ends right there. I'm just trying to find, like I'm looking at this tile right here. So right here would be the cutoff. That's where I need to build it. Roughly at the same height as the bunker tiles, which should be right here, I believe. And then right here is the other cutoff point. Let me check it, which should be right here. So those are the 2 meteor blasters we need. They're at the same height. That's fine. We can just have a few insulated tiles right here that are supplied with by a ladder. That's totally fine. Last but not least, we will need some insulated tiles and, of course, some panels, some conductive panels, but that's also okay. We're gonna come across here on the bottom. That's fine. Yeah, here and here. That's okay. With this pipe right here, we're gonna come straight up the ladder straight over. Actually, let me do it differently. Right here, right there, right here, and right there. All the way across, all the way down, and back around. Nice and neat, as that should be. And here, straight down to this pipe. There we go. That's what that should look like once it's done. Preferably. That shouldn't cause any issues. And our 2 meteor blasters here will be online in no time, defending this area here on the left as well. The right side is completely neglected right now because it literally doesn't matter. The only thing that we have over here is literally a conductive wire and some ladders. If that gets hit, I mean, it is what it is. That's the worst of it. We are going to make it. My non-insulated piping is shale, right? Everything's shale. Why is everything shale? I don't want it to be shale. Power-wise, what are we working with here? We have a power wire coming out of here. Where is that even coming from? All the way from down here? Really? We need to change this here as well eventually. Yeah, we need to figure this here out a little bit better. I can't help it. We need to find a better solution. So I can actually finalize this design here. But let's let the dupes here do a little bit more work on this area first. Just a little bit. And it should be looking a hell of a lot better and a hell of a lot more understandable. Not just for you guys, but trust me, for me as well. Because I'm almost inclined. I mean, we could do a lot with the space here. But do we need such a big space? What we could do is, for example... What I'm thinking is, right here, this here is the first inside turbine that I want to have inside. So let's see if I can come with insulated tiles, maybe 3 wide, 4 wide over here. Yeah, why not? Something like this here, bring it down. Bring this down all the way to 4 high right here, maybe? Yeah, 4 high right here. Bring this over. Connect this here up. And make this here what we are currently looking at the inside area. And have all of this here be on the outside area. I think that makes quite a lot of sense in my head, actually. I think that's what we are going to go with here. That allows us to do stuff like, for example, this here more permanently, immediately. It allows us to put in the fire pole right here that we will have. So that, of course, speeds up our progress here as well. Rip all this here out. Get all this here up. And then right here we can 4 high just dig straight into here. Get rid of all this stuff right here. Yeah, that should do it. Let me just make sure that this outline here gets built first. That is important. We don't want to let all this oxygen here escape into space if we don't have to. So let's try to avoid that. But yeah, other than that, I think that looks pretty decent. I don't think we need the space here for anything. We're just going to leave it alone. Should be okay. It doesn't line up. Yes, the ladder doesn't line up with this height right here. I know. But no matter what I do, I can make this here 5 high as opposed, then it would line up. I don't know. No matter what, something is not going to line up right here. It's either going to be these ladders, or it's going to be this here. Either this is 5, or this is 5. I guess you still have right now the chance to decide if you would rather have this here 5 than this here. Just let me know and I will change it. But for right now, it's the other way around. What are you talking about? Nothing lines up? What do you mean? Everything lines up, other than this one tile right here, literally. Everything else, beautiful. Everything else is beautifully lined up. Okay, large power transformer. We can't even put another one in here. Even that would be possible. Okay, liquid pipes are still coming in. Meteor blasters. I mean, we just had a meteor shower. It should be a significant amount of time. Your reactor floors are off from the rest. Oh, well, okay, yes. That is how that goes, but that is because the reactor floors are 3 high. That will never line up. It's impossible that you line up a 3 high grid with a 4 high grid. That's just, yeah. The reactor right here, I mean, I just lined it up with the inside of the reactor, not with the ladders on the outside. I felt like that looked better. Instead of lining it up with this random ladder right here that we're gonna rip out soon anyway. As a matter of fact, it can get ripped out. No point in having this here anymore. Let's get rid of it right away. Well, that's 3 times 4. Well, mathematically maybe, but the inside, the middle will still not line up. Okay. It is taking shape though. Much faster than I expected actually. The dupes are hard at work. I mean, I gotta give him that. I gotta give him that. Looks like the oxygen situation here is better for sure. I mean, the way that we are filling it from rear to front, in this case down here on the bottom, our rear is pretty full. Nothing to complain here. And up here on the top, we are filling from front to rear in this case. Yeah, here we need a little bit more. Here we definitely need a little bit more. How's the F1 overlay looking? Definitely better. Definitely better. Not much to complain here. Everything looks pretty decent. Don't forget to put up drywall. That's a good call. We do need drywall in here. Indeed. What are we gonna put up here? Into this little area. What do we have available? What is this here? A cloud print? I like the cloud print. Misty says purple drywall. Okay, alright. Pastel purple. Chess is on board. N3C. Oh god. Oh, how does it always end up being purple when the moment I even say the word drywall? And yes, I'm putting in an extra row. I know that's going to cost us some extra. That says shale. It's bloody shale. No, we're not going to build it out of shale. We're building nothing out of shale, ever. As a matter of fact, we have 37 tons of shale. Where did we get all the shale from? Maybe we are going to build it out of shale after all. I thought we were out of shale. Where did... Okay, we probably deconstructed so much stuff made out of shale that we now have shale again. Oh, shale it is. If we have 37 tons of it, let's get rid of it. But okay, everything else here is looking decent. This here is still not connected to anything, so we are not releasing any gases yet into space. Maybe I should give this here another little while. Or no. What I'm going to do is instead, I'm just going to block this here all off. I'm going to close all this here, and we are going to have a distinct inside and a distinct outside area, exactly as it is envisioned. And it shouldn't cause any trouble. So let me give the outline right here a high priority in an effort to try to get the dupes to do that first. So once this here is connected together, all the oxygen that we have in here is not just going to go straight and escape into space. Speaking of oxygen, I cut this here earlier off. I believe by now we are good to put it back on. It should be fine. The oxygen that's coming up here, we can literally just bring out here for to make it a little bit easier for our dupes here. Should be fine without too much issue. Okay. I really like what I'm seeing so far, though. Sure do. What do lums produce? Peat? Yes, peat. That's also not how you write peat, but yes. Lift the insulated tiles at the right side by 1 in order to align with the reactor building at the left. What? Oh, you mean here? That is exactly what I asked earlier. We can do that. That's easy. We can literally do this. If that is aesthetically more pleasing, then I'm more than happy to comply. That's an easy fix. That we can do. That we can do without an issue. Also, deconstruct those random pieces of ladder in here. We don't need all this stuff here anymore. We're gonna leave all the other ladders, because why not? Might as well. Doesn't hurt us. Why can I not build here? Oh, because of this bonbon tree root here. That's a weird way to block it, but sure. Everything else, it's getting done. It's good. It's great. Everything's venting out into space. That should vent out into space. Should be all good. Now my OCD can relax, says Dimitris. That's great. And we have Krevak here in chat, being a member for 44 months. Holy shit. 44 months. That is an insanely long time. It's almost 4 years. Good grief. Disconnect all, don't forget. Disconnect all what? What are we disconnecting? Am I forgetting what we're disconnecting? Wait, what? Sorry, amigo, I have forgotten what we are disconnecting. The drywall will have that new motor smell. 3C, that's funny as hell. 37 tons. Sounds like a reasonable payload for a rocket. That's right. Take all the shale we have and just shoot it towards the sun so we can get rid of that nonsense. I like it. Krivax says we've known each other a little while. We sure as hell have known each other a little while. That's actually crazy. How long we have actually known each other, yes. He said, don't forget. Yeah. He sure did. I just can't help it. I did forget already. In this case, it actually helps us that we have a little gap right here because the hydrogen that we have accumulated here on the top is now venting out into space. Yay. It's actually a positive. Krivak, the leader of OG videos. That is right. You were indeed. Back in the day in season 1. That's how old you are, Krivak. Do you even know how old you are? You were around back in season 1. Okay, almost done. Almost done. At least with this area right here. We are nowhere near done. But at least with this area here, the important part, we're almost done. Separating the inside from the outside here is going to be great. And I'm even going to add more atmosuit docks right here on to this entrance. Just so we have them. So let's bring this here out a little bit and put this in so we have it right when we need it. For building purposes later on, once it's running, we don't actually need a hell of a lot over here anymore. It's actually going to be rather unused. But for the time being, for building, we definitely want it, and we're definitely going to have it. There's no question. So let's make it happen, dupes. We're just going to put some ladders over here. Make it simple, make it straightforward. That's how we like it. And that's how we're going to do it. On top of that, of course, this gas pipe right here will also serve up here on the top. So it comes in handy that we just built it. It's extra spam. It will have these two to supply solely all by itself. Plus, of course, this gas vent that we plopped in here, that may stay here, may not stay here for the time being. We need it. So we're going to leave it here. And it does, of course, consume 50% of everything that currently comes up here. We got to keep that in mind. Every time we build in one of those gas vents right here, no matter what, it will take 50% of all the gas produced. So that can get quite expensive quite fast. Kermax says, oh, I know how old I am. I feel it every day when I wake up. Bestie says, I wonder if a shale ladder would be slippery. Probably, actually. Should he use radiation suits there? Probably. Probably. You do have a good point. You do have a good point. We should use radiation suits here. Which are, of course, our lead suits. I underutilize those things here so much that I basically never use them. So let's do it this time around. Let's do it good. Let's do it right. And let's make sure that we connect it up. Of course, the outputs here look a little bit different in this case. That's fine, though. Just gotta redo it slightly. The result is still gonna be the same. We'll need power. We're looking at... Don't know what the lead suit actually needs. The dock. Also 120. Doesn't make a difference at all. Well, that's nice to see. That's very nice to see, actually. I'm gonna cut it off right here instead. Do this. And do that. Very good. And then I need to remember where we are making suits. Where are we making suits? Right here. Exosuit Forge. We're gonna say lead suits. How many did I just put here? 3? That actually seems a little bit low. That actually seems a little bit low. Let's make it 5. Let's expand this here. Let's see here. Cancel buildings underneath here. There we go. And then let's put into the 1,000 instead. And then an F7. Put 2 extra in. And then F2. But also 2 extra in. And last but not least, the ladder that I accidentally annihilated as well. So yeah. It should be 5. That should be good. Okay, where is my forge? Here. We have 44 tons of lead. We do have 128 tons worth of glass. Plenty available to us. Let's make us one suit extra, sixth one that can't hurt. And then once we have a worn suit, we gotta set this here to infinite, kind of like above. Unfortunately, you can't set it before it happens, so that's unfortunate. But on the bright side, though, the nice thing is all we need for repair, you may have just seen it, is glass. So that's good. That's 6, not 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wonderful. I can't even count anymore. That works. In that case, let's make it 7. Good call, good call. See, I make a simple counting error. You guys are all over me. I forget an entire sensor array setup in an entire build. Nobody says a word. You see the problem here? But we also have this bad boy here ready, which is of course our blueprint. And we have 3 dupes and the swamp chart heart. The swamp chart heart is worth 4,800 kilocalories. We are currently sitting on 24 dupes. So we have a Nikolov, it's supplying +9. He is handy, has an iron gut, and is biohazardous. We have Ada, researching and digging. He is buff and Luddite. Then we have a Travaldo with operating, cooking, and tidying, skilled in hard digging, but is at the same time also undigging, which is quite interesting to, yeah. Not even gonna say anything about this. But these are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all on the button. Unfortunately, I still haven't had time to set up our polling system that I'm trying to work on. But these are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. Let me know in chat what we should do, and that is what's going to happen. Science lesson. Why is lead used in radiation shielding? Krivak says high density. Yeah. Kiana says swamp chart delicious, but maybe a backup dupe is a good idea since we are creating Chernobyl. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. I think we have plenty of dupes though, honestly. Personally, but it's your choice. Do we even have enough beds? I don't even know. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Is that all? We only have 22 beds for our 24 dupes. That is, that's a potential issue, actually. Let me make sure I didn't miscount here. Nope, sure enough, those are 4. Yep, we are actually 2 beds short. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sorry, whoever is sleeping on the floor and has been sleeping on the floor. I also don't really have a good space to put more bedrooms. Guess we could put them over here. That's at negative 20 degrees. That's maybe a little bit cold. Where could I put more bedrooms, damn it? Don't want to do it up here. I want to actually move this pitcher pump over here. Very, very soon. Might as well do it now, in fact. So we have more access to water. Because this one here, I believe, is turned off. No, it isn't, actually. Maybe I need to just move this water and put more bedrooms up here. That would work. But we can put a pitcher pump there for now. Either way, that will do it. Still, though, where are more bedrooms? At the top, trap dupes. Wait. What? Where? Oh, here. Oh, here. That's unfortunate. Those are gonna look a little bit like ass because we can't put a floor in here because the these here are already 4 high. That is a problem. That is in fact a problem. I mean, I could... It would look better if I just moved these here. Yeah. Let me redo this here real quick. I forgot about the height. That's gonna look like ass. Let's take the extra few seconds to fix it and make it look good. How about that? Not just this here. I want to kill everything, please. Okay, here. Let's come all the way through to right there. That will do it. Probably not that far, actually. And let's come in utilities. Not utilities, in stations, I mean, with a checkpoint all the way against the wall right here. 1. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Couple more pieces of ladder. Gonna bring this over and up. And in F7, we're going to bring this over and up. Yes, I know the dupes are still trapped. I haven't forgotten about them. I just want to put this in real quick so I don't forget about that later. Either way around, it won't make a difference. In F2, we are fine. Okay, so far, so good. Now, last but not least, we will need ladders all across here, in fact. Do you have access to anything over here? You have some regolith, you have some mafic rock. Mafic rock will do the job. So why don't we take this one tile right here and say build it out of mafic rock and see if that makes a difference. We may need another one over here on the right side. Probably, actually. If the dupes don't build it, which they won't. So let's build one more out of mafic rock. The dupes have access to it so they can't get themselves out of their situation here. There we go. That will do it. And it should also look overall a little bit better. Okay, so far so good. I have to take off for a short time, but we'll return. Suboptimal jizz again. It's all good, jizz. It's all good. Lower the rad suit's floor by 1. Oh, Vesti, did you set it after or before I did it? Must have been before, right? Because there's no reason to lower it again. So that's the only thing that makes sense. What I do need up here, though, is I need the dupes to do this here quickly. Because currently, the little bit of oxygen that we do have in this area is currently venting out into space due to not existing drywall. That's the word I was looking for, sorry. Yeah, non-existing drywall is of course an issue right here. We need to build it, we need to do it. So dupes, let's make it happen, please. Okay, that was a pretty simple thing here. Let's see if we can get a little bit of this mercury in here. That would be nice. Mercury is a great material for this area right here. 356.8 degrees. Are we gonna get that hot in here? I doubt it. I doubt we're gonna hit 356 degrees. No. Should be fine. Mercury should be okay. For our lock right here. At the moment we only need one lock, so whatever falls in here is fine for the time being. Clean up in reactor aisle 128. Yeah. The 3C said if only you could vent shale out into space. It would be really hilarious if you could just build an output up here and the shale just disappears into the vastness of space. God, I would celebrate it indeed. Okay. Dupes, it does seem like that we stopped building up here on the top our defense system in its entirety. That is not acceptable. So please, let's give this a slightly higher priority. I would truly appreciate that. Thank you in advance. Other than that, though, probably how much do those need? Let me see here. 240 watts a pop, so that's 480. I can afford 480. Yeah, I can afford 480. So let's bring in the power wire here immediately as well. And of course, nothing can be built right here without doing this here. And then once again, give everything up here on the top a somewhat higher number in an attempt to get it done a little bit quicker. Before the next storm comes and damages mainly those insulated tiles here, is what I'm mainly worried about. Dimitri says, Katrina, good catch for the trap dupes. I agree. That was a very good catch. Remove the one tile. Remove the one tile of what? Sorry, Katrina. I don't know which one tile you mean. Couldn't you just dump shale into an infinite storage at priority 9 that is like 5 deep? You could. That is definitely possible, yes. There are ways to make it non-accessible to dupes, for sure. This is taking shape. Very good. Very, very good indeed. Okay. It is actually taking shape. With our pastel purple shale drywall back cover right here. I mean, why not? Why not? Also, we're still venting out of here, I just realized. So also let me give this row here a 7 all across the board. I know it's only this one tile right here, which I'm gonna give a 9. But I still want to do it all, just so we don't have that problem. We are not wasting valuable oxygen here into space. That is, of course, the biggest possible waste. We don't want to do that, so let's fix it ASAP. Very good. We have a little bit of nonsense down here on the bottom. Of course, a little bit of liquid that we need to get rid of. The dupes are constantly stepping through it, increasing the stress quite drastically once again. We did really well on our stress last time around. This time around, with such a big build, the dupes constantly outside of the base, constantly working. They're not so happy. So that reflects, of course, in their stress value. Okay, all good. It looks like we need more drywall. Or build a ballroom out of only shale and name it Shale We Dance. Either would work. Let's steer at the dad jokes. Love it. Okay. Alright, here we have all the chlorine gas. Very nice. Still getting less and less over here. We're not even in the gram area anymore. That's good to see. That's great to see. Yeah, no more grams. This here is soon going to be a vacuum. As mentioned before. Throwing shale into magma melted. Yes, it will melt it. It will melt it into coal, I believe. And look at that. We got another drywall blueprint. I think we already had that one, didn't we? The plunger print unclogs one's creative impulses. There we go. In decent quality. That's what we got. But I think we already had that. I think we did. If I'm not completely mistaken. Okay. Let's rip all the stuff here out. Very good. This here has been built, or is being built. I mean, hasn't been built yet, but will be very soon. And that should be just fine. Yeah, this here is looking great. The nice thing is we already have the heavy conductive wire nearby and everything else here to hook up all of our steam turbines to our main power supply. So all that is just great. Looking very good. That's a shitty wallpaper. That is, in fact, a shitty wallpaper. I couldn't agree more, as a matter of fact. Couldn't agree more. Okay, dupes. Yep, this here is still being built on. Very good. That's what I want. The meteor blaster right here. Definitely want to have that working in our favor and not against it. Also, we probably should make some more. How many blast shots do we have? Do I have that on the screen? Yes, I do. We have 84 units. That's actually more than sufficient. Why are we not reloading something like this here? Too low priority? Probably. Let's see. Give it a higher one. Across the board. Maybe we can ensure that we have enough blast shots for any kind of meteor shower that we encounter. But it's rather unique. Take the plunge. Take the plunge, indeed. It is rather unique. I think we had that. I don't know. That seems familiar. I feel like we already had that one. Okay, so far so good. Stuff on the top is being built. Yeah, we need it. 3C in Twitch is right about the pump. Wait, what? I think there's a pump on the right out of your base sending oxygen out into space. Oh. 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 I didn't see that message. Yes, this thing here was meant to pump out carbon dioxide, and apparently it has done that, and who knows how long ago. We are pumping oxygen straight out into space, and quite a significant amount too. Good catch. Kind of forgot that we did that. Well, let's just cut it off for right now. See if more stuff accumulates. Doesn't look like it because there's nothing left. I mean, we have pumped this here wide empty. My god. So that is the reason why it's not filling up right now, because we're literally pumping out into space as soon as it fills up. That makes sense. That's unfortunate, I guess. Well, it happens. If that's the worst of it, we can live with that. Hasn't caused any issues. I think blaster needs automation. What blaster? Let's do docks. Yep, the floors. Oh, the meteor blaster. Why does it need automation? Oh, to fill it up? We could do that. That's what I said ages ago. I'm sorry, Tack. I must have missed your message as well. Every once in a while I do miss one. Can't help that. So if I am not reacting to what you have to say, that just means I missed your message. That doesn't mean I ignored it. That is for damn sure. Oxygen not included is meant to be a warning, not a directive, says Kevin Brown. That's a good one. I'll give you that one, Kevin. I give you that one. That's funny. You could filter it and send it to the suits. It's not worth. It's not worth it. It is not worth doing that, I believe. It looks like this here is full. Yeah. And we're getting everything over to the right side. That's fine. We're still pumping over here. Getting more and more hydrogen in. We're up to 2,500 kilograms now. And more and more oxygen is making its way up here to the top. And also now that we are not venting it out into space anymore, this here should become slightly more blue. Relatively soon, I would hope. We will see how it goes. But also right here, it looks like the last few lead suit docks are being built very soon as well. So that should be good. And then right here are insulated pipes. Yes, of course, once they're done, we just got to turn on the water and we're good. There's a pipe of O2 not going anywhere. There's a pipe of O2 not going anywhere. You're talking about this pipe right here, right? That is the pipe that I just snipped off. It doesn't go anywhere, that's right. Dig out the double water lock. We will dig out the double water lock as soon as the lead suit docks are here and functional. Then I will go ahead and do that. Also, the ones that we have here, deliver suit across the board. And then clearance, of course, with a vacancy only, as that always should be. So let's do that. Have we built some suits, actually? Yes, we have built all the suits. All 7 are here. That's great. Still can't turn on the worn suits, but that's okay. I never make lead suits. Neither do I. In fact, I didn't. As we started here, I had normal suits right here until somebody in the chat said, let's build lead suits. So I was like, you know what? I never built lead suits. Let's build lead suits this time. So we did. So we did, indeed. Okay. Sorry, they will take off the suits for the radiation suits. Be careful. Yeah, I will also block the outside entrance here off once we do that. So once these here are connected, one or the other has to give. I want the dupes to only come in here to work on the stuff with the lead suits. It will be regulated. It will be regulated. Well, let's first have them delivered here very nicely. A couple more pieces down here on our floor. That should be great. Oxygen is getting delivered very slowly for the time being. I'm just going to cut this here off. I know that's going to suck, but I want to have our lead suit docks here a little bit on the higher priority list. So yes, it says no checkpoint. That's because this one here hasn't been built yet. Once this one here has been built, the error message will go away. And it will be just fine. There we go. And let's say deliver suit here as well. So a little bit of oxygen in here. Currently there's no reason to use them. We're going to give it a few more minutes for them to get this here done. In the meantime, they can work on other stuff up here. And our meteor blasters are now ready to defend our airspace here. Or our space, I guess, against meteors. Very good. Looks great. Let's also dig out this stuff right here. Mainly because it's an eyesore. Not because we need it for anything, but might as well. Might as well. Do you have the bionic dupes, Zolt? No, I do not have bionic dupes. Those were voted to be turned off at the beginning of this playthrough. So no, we do not. Do the dupes need the hazmat suit wearing skill? Some of our dupes do. I don't think... Let's see here. We do have the exosuit training right here. The penalty reduction, but we don't need it. Slows exosuit durability damage right here. Also, that is not required. We're all good. Okay. Let's give it a little bit more. And Eliza Martinez, thank you very much for becoming a level 1 member on YouTube. Truly, truly appreciate that support. I really, really do. Thank you very much for that. let's start also with a little bit of mopping and a little bit of housekeeping in this area right here. Nothing here is going to happen anymore, so it's fine. Might as well get rid of it while we can. Why are you not using them? I don't know, I just don't. I don't use them. I don't use gas masks. Oh, sorry, Zolt. I was talking about the lead suits. The bionic tubes, I asked chat at the beginning if we should include them here, and the vote was overwhelmingly no. That is why we have not used the bionic tubes for this playthrough right here. That's the reason. Okay, so far so good. These here, of course, are heating up, so let's change this here slightly. Not like this, but like that. There we go. Bring that through here. And then let's bring that through here. Snip this here off. And let's rip it out. Just like this. And that is exactly why I always fill up these here. These liquid reservoirs as much as I can. Because if I later on want to expand my cooling loop, I can. We started out with the cooling loop only being this. Then we added this here to the cooling loop. Then we added all this here to the cooling loop. And now this here is the actual singular cooling loop that is going around. Which is actually funny. But we still have more than enough water in here, I hope, to accomplish that. Let's see here in a second how much water we have left in our tank once the water makes it once all the way around. There we go. We made it all the way around and we still have 1,366 kilograms left. I see, and what is your opinion about it? I just bought the DLC and started my new world without the with the biodupes. I think that out of all the DLCs that Clay here has released, I think that it's the weakest one. The biodupes are the weakest DLC, sadly. I think there's a lot of missed opportunities there. It's not bad or anything, but I think it could have been done differently. It could have been done better. The amount of content that was added was not enough for me either. But other than that, it's still fun to play with them. It's a completely different and new playstyle. Barris says, I can see that I didn't miss much that last few weeks. Hi everyone, Barris. Yes, last couple of weeks I couldn't stream, so you haven't missed anything because I wasn't here. But last time around, we built a little tamer right here. We dug out the entirety of our enemy right here, of our meteor that crashed. And now we are building a nuclear reactor. So that's what we are doing. Okay, dupes. I would have preferred if you would have done this here first, but it's still good enough, I guess. No, it's not. We have 1,000 kilograms down here. It's still good enough for a liquid lock. So that's fine. Let's bring it all the way over here. That's also okay. All the way over here. Yeah, all the way over here. Even that. Bye-bye, Mercury. Yup, it just goes down here. It's fine. We can grab it from somewhere else. There's plenty of options that we have available. That I'm not worried about, but now we can at least dig it all out, make it all nice. One thing that I want to do though is actually, before we do all this here, we already have a vacuum in here, so we don't have to deal with that later. Let's see if we can keep it in here. Just saves us one step later on, so might as well try to keep it in here. And I'm worried about this tile right here specifically, so I hope that we can build this here first. Can actually reach it? Do we need a ladder? I don't know if we need one or not. I'm just going to build one anyway. It can't hurt. It's just nice to see that we have basically nothing left in here. Everything is venting out straight into space without us doing anything. And then we have the nice separation between the carbon dioxide on the left and the oxygen on the right. I don't know. It just looks nice. Zoomed out right here. This nice outline right here going along with the beautiful separation. I don't know. Aesthetically pleasing. Let me put it that way. Okay, metal tiles are being built. Alright. I will also try to see if I can make these here priority. But this one here, when we dig it out, Yeah, this one here, when we dig it out, it will probably introduce a gas into here, depending on if you have a drop of water here or not. We will see. We will see if I get lucky enough or not to keep the vacuum in here. Should have thought about that earlier, but I didn't. But yeah. I've been back and forth showering, about to go out. How many turbines is this setup going to have on the reactor? This setup here, we counted it earlier, has 11. There are going to be 11 turbines for our reactor. Yep, that is the master plan here. I mean, technically speaking, there's not much stopping us from actually putting those in. Almost all of them. Actually, all of them. There are two. What are they actually built out of? They're built out of iron, that's fine. There are two. There's one, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Makes 11. That's where they're gonna be. Imagine drywalling the reactor room in a different pattern to the 3 high and 4 high floors just to make Vesti even happier. I like that idea. We could just go with like a, I don't know, a 3 high, 6 high pattern. 3 of one drywall, 6 of another. I don't know, something completely crazy. Drywalls will need to start filling the rest of the space to the top. Not yet. Not yet. We are going to leave that open as long as we can. Because right at the moment it's carbon dioxide in here. We don't want carbon dioxide. We are creating a vacuum. And if we don't have to use pumps for that, well, more power to us, I would say. More power to us, indeed. We already have the liquid lock right here at the bare minimum, so it doesn't matter what else happens. Everything that's on the left of this insulated tile here, or these insulated tiles, all that can vent into space. Vesti says, I mean, if there is drywall, ... Dual pink-purple drywall, my god. Built out of shale. Of course, what else, right? To build the bottom right here, I'm just going to dig up this here too wide. That's totally okay. No issues there. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to come all the way along here. We will need some ladders and stuff to make that actually happen, but that's fine. So let's put this here in. That looks something like this here. Yeah, that's all cool. Down here we will need a little bit of extra space because of the drop. So let's do it like this here instead. Why not? Rainbow drywall for me. Save that cute spigot seal. I don't know what to do with the spigot seal. I have no idea. It can live. It likes mercury, right? Seals like mercury, right? I think it can live over here. Once we take care of this nonsense here. What happened here, by the way? Apparently something broke down. Seal it in! Seal it into the reactor room. They don't like deadly radiation, though. Really? Could have sworn. Could have sworn I read somewhere that that's what seals really like. Okay, it's taken shape, though. It actually somewhat resembles now what it is supposed to be, though. Some people that have played Oxygen Not Included before may now be able to actually tell what this is supposed to be when we're done here, which is nice. It's nice progress. The seal polluted the airlock? No. No, it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum, it's all good. Here we have now some oxygen in here. Gotta be aware of that. That's easy to solve, though. Oh, the liquid? Oh, that doesn't matter. It's just water. That doesn't matter. Actually, it could matter. Yeah, because it's on the right side, it could matter. Won't mercury flash from the heat? I don't think it's gonna get that hot in here, no. This is 360 degrees vaporization point. If we get to 360 degrees in here, we did something wrong. As in, we didn't use enough steam turbines. Yeah, it's not the ethanol, it's the water, but the water causes the same issue. The same issue, yep. No difference there. Also, I actually did build this here earlier, but I never turned it on, did I now? No, I sure as hell didn't. We do, of course, need to connect this here up if we want to get this here done. We do need to have a little bit more plastic available. We are down to 620 kilograms, and the entire reason why we built this here is to make more plastic, so... let's go, let's make some plastic. That would be the reasonable thing to do in my book. Alright, very good. The water should just condense, a little bit of water should fall onto the metal tile right here, and should help cool down the polymer press. That is at least the general idea. In an absolute worst case scenario, so I definitely don't have to deal with it. I'm just gonna rebuild it real quick out of iridium. If a dupe has time, they can do that real quick, but other than that, it's okay. Also right here, all the carbon dioxide is building up because we have some kind of fluid right here. Mercury, of course, what else would it be? Why am I even asking? That needs to go. That's why we have this big blob of carbon dioxide right here, because all the mercury on top of our airflow tiles here is blocking the flow. That's not good. We don't want that. We want that nonsense to go down there. So, let's replace these here real quick with some mesh tiles. Matter of fact, what makes it all the way down? So, these tiles here are all the way through. We block them right there. That's literally these two tiles right here. That actually should be mesh tiles. There we go. I'm off for my usual Saturday live music. See you guys in the VOD. Kevin, thank you for joining today. I hope you enjoy and have a good rest of your Saturday. And Cinnamon Night Entertainment is here. Long time no see. You are 100% correct. I haven't seen you in forever. Cinnamon Night, how are you doing today? It has been a hot minute for sure. It has been a hot minute for sure, but you see all this carbon dioxide here building up. Most definitely, that needs to drop down. There he is again with a $5 drop. Boom, spicy entrance indeed. Thank you very much, Cinnamon. Truly appreciate that. Thank you for that. How have you been? I haven't seen you in forever. You are 100% correct with that assessment, though. What happened? Also, what is happening? Can't go through here, guys. Not how that works. Need to dig out one extra tile. Can't help you. Needs to be done. You always stream when I'm at work and things have picked up? Yeah, I can imagine. I'm in the same boat, trust me. Work. Nothing but work. But what can you do? Gotta pay the bills somehow, right? Okay, now we're gonna make our way over here. That's great. The inside here is now done. We should be able to do this and that now without any repercussions. Okay. What do we have in here? A little bit of mercury. Let's see if we can find us some more mercury. That's the problem here. Charles is here, says, sorry I'm late. Let's start the stream, right? Better too late than never, I would say. Let's see here. We have in plumbing a bottle emptier, and I'm just going to utilize the bottle emptier here for this here really quickly. And I'm just going to plop a pitcher pump right here. It's going to be the simplest setup that you've ever seen. We have mercury here. We need it there. Let's put it from here to there and be done with it. Life be okay, just busy. 100%. There's a lot at the bottom of the base. There is a lot at the bottom of the base. I was more looking for, damn it, what is it called? I was more looking for, solid mercury. Not so much for liquid one, but yes. Texas, at least it's my off season now, so no more 350 plus hour a month. Holy shit. That ain't healthy, my man. Sure you know that yourself. Stating the obvious here, but good grief. That doesn't sound healthy at all. How much sour gas is that? Wait, what? Where do you see sour gas? What's happening? It's gonna open this here up. Looks like this here is actually empty. We have no more water in the vicinity of our filtered liquid pump. We will see. That's why I opened this here up real quick to see if I can get a little bit of water to come over here. Maybe the water itself will sort itself out and get back into the vicinity. If not, we're just gonna move the pump over slightly. and turn this oil well here back on. Might as well, because why not? I mean, it's just sitting there and helping us out, producing resources without any input, so we might as well. We can build this here again for now, it's fine. And it looks like the water is now all the way over here to the right side. So yeah, we will have to redo this here slightly. Let me put it here. Let me put it here. And let me put it here. Let me kill this. Let me kill that. And last but not least, this here has to die as well. And then while we are at it, let's do that rather quickly. Rather quickly. Also, apparently here we have our mercury storage. Apparently we just have all the mercury in the world down here. Near the new system. Near the new system. Oh, here, that tiny little bit that was already stuck in here. I don't know where that actually comes from, but yeah, it was already in here. It doesn't really matter. It can, for all I care, go wherever it wants. And in an absolute worst case scenario, once it goes all the way up here, we will vent it out into space or do something else with it. That is not something I'm too worried about. Not too worried about at all. But dupes, what I am worried about is that this here is not getting done. So, let's speed it up. Liquid, mercury, enable auto bottle. Let's go. Vacuum here in the middle is still good. The only problem is that 37 grams of water right here. I am wondering, though. 37 divided by 9. Would it just disappear when it becomes steam? It might, actually. Can you gasify mercury and shale? You definitely can mercury. Actually, don't know. What happens to mercury? It becomes mercury gas. I guess that makes sense. And shale? I actually don't know what happens with shale. Probably magma? Yeah, magma. And then from magma, of course, we get rock gas. As always. Okay. Now we get this here done. That's great. Last but not least, I am going to block off this here now. Because as soon as we have a little bit of mercury in here, I'm just going to rip out this one tile of abyssalite. And that will be the point where the dupes can then start going in here with their lead suits and do it that way around. Instead of coming in here from the top with their normal atmosuits. That is at least the plan, so we will see how that works. It doesn't work at all because Malworth decided to get himself stuck. That's always nice to see, but that is okay. What should I say about this? What should I even say about this? Yeah. Let's see. Sweep the mercury at the lead suit docks. There's mercury at the lead suit docks. Yeah, we can sweep that. That's a good call. We can sweep this here. All this stuff here can be utilized. That's some salt water, actually. Can be utilized for this bottle emptier right here. Of course, why not? Might as well. Might as well. Every little drop can be put in there. Just as much as anywhere else. Okay, echo time is coming. Meteor Blast is doing its thing, nice and cold. So yeah, this here is still nowhere near overwhelmed. But with the cooling capacity, we can see right here we are coming out with -9 degrees and we're coming back with -2 degrees, -1 degrees. It's not that big. We can definitely cool that with our thermal aquatuna here in a heartbeat whenever we choose to do so. Okay. How are we gonna get this pitcher pump here built now or what? Code dependent here. You're not looking too good, my man. Stoop literally on the brink of dying, but still getting over there. Messi says you can vent mercury and rock gas. You most definitely can. Vent mercury and rock gas. Yes, no, nothing's really stopping you from doing so. That is very correct. Okay. Once again, 3 high. We're gonna dig this here up. We're gonna get rid of it. All this brine right here. You know what? It doesn't matter. I would rather get rid of it and not have to look at this eyesore here the entire time. This is 5 high, of course. So we can't reach the top without going up there. So let's make that happen. So once again, only so we don't have to constantly look at this here. And it actually looks somewhat decent in this area right here. Dupes are not too happy about all the carbon dioxide right here. And we can do something like this here, though. There we go. Much better. That should be quite a game changer right here. That we are now putting in beautiful oxygen into this area right here. And all of our atmosuit docks are full. Therefore, it's not a problem at all with stealing the resources from each other. Okay. Last few tiles are being built. Pitcher pump is here. Pitcher pump is not accessible yet, though, I believe. No, it's not. Still need those last two pieces here of ladder so we can actually make it down here to the pitcher pump. The pitcher pump does have access to mercury, 3,700 kilograms, which will give us access to our liquid lock. And it should be okay. There is a piece of oxygen in here. Yep, but that piece of oxygen will disappear. Well, will it, though? We will see when this here reaches 900 kilograms. If it will actually annihilate that oxygen. With a little luck it will. With a little luck it will. If not, it will just spill over to the other side. We will have to see how it goes. Are we gonna get lucky or not? Only one way to find out, as always. Edit set the CO2 number 9 priority, so somebody should do this relatively quickly, one would think. Especially since it's so nearby. It's really not that big a deal. There we go. There we have 200 kilograms. Is it going to annihilate the oxygen with a little bit of luck here? It will bug it out of its way. We're at 1,000 kilograms, a little bit more, a little bit more. Yeah, we are picking up all those little bottles here, which I'm not complaining about, but I would like a bigger one right now. That would be great. Okay, we're making our way in here. Very good. And this here is, of course, also 5 high. How else would it be? So we gotta do it in 2 steps. But that's fine. Let's get rid of this stuff here. And the ladder. And here we have Killjoy on the job. Can I get him to do all of it? No, maybe. A little bit of luck. Nope, he didn't feel like it anymore. That's okay. And we did get lucky. Look at it. It did annihilate it exactly as I wanted it to. That's perfect. A little bit spilled out to the right as well. Don't really care about that. That's fine with me. If that's the worst of it, that's totally okay. Down here on the bottom, of course, there's a lot to mop. All the stuff that we are dropping down from up here needs to be mopped up. So let's make that happen. And then one more bottle in here just to be safe. And we can open this here up. And the dupes can come in here with lead suits. And we can continue building. Salt water and electronics, right? What's a good material to make the pipes to pump hot stuff like hot salt water and magma? For magma, you do want... Let's see over here, because I happen to know a guy who likes to do that. Which I can't show you because the pipe's currently empty. That's unfortunate. Well, it will be full soon. This pipe right here, it needs to be built out of obsidian, and the reason for it is that obsidian has a melting point of 2,700 degrees. Whereas a volcano, when you take a look here, has a magma temperature of 1,700 degrees. So magma cannot melt obsidian. That's what your pipe should be made out of. Hot salt water, though, is different. Hot salt water should be made out of igneous rock, and the reason for that is the thermal conductivity of 0.06. So you are not, or you are spreading as little of that heat to other places as possible. So igneous rock is your best bet here. When you look at the others around here, they're all similar, but usually the preferred one is igneous rock due to the very low 0.06. Okay, everything else, the walls have now been built. We have another bottle in here. Do we? No, we don't. Can I get another bottle in here, please? Anyone? Umdalek, where are you at? Oh, there you come. Do you have 200 kilograms with you? I don't think you do. Oh, you do. Perfect. So, officially, we can rip this tile here out, this one tile of abyssalite, which allows the dupes, now with the lead suits, to come in here and do all sorts of things. We need to continue building, of course. But at the same time, we also need to do some cleaning in here. All the stuff here gets super heated if we don't get it out first. So that has to happen first if we kind of like it or not. So let's make that happen. Easiest and best way to do so is probably to build us an automatic dispenser and probably drop it all the way down here. Yeah, build it right there. Why not? And just for right now, temporarily build a ladder right here so the dupes can just come down here, throw something in here, and it will just chuck it down. We have done it numerous times. For example, over here with this automatic dispenser right here, that is set up for mercury. It will help us out drastically and speed up this, the entire process here quite drastically as well. So we don't have to carry it all the way down here to the middle of our base. I will copy those settings as soon as the first one, or the one here, is built. Stop the bottle emptier. Yep, we'll do that right now as well. That thing here is full. Perfect. Deconstruct. Disable auto bottle. And disable the mercury. Don't need it anymore. And we will just see what happens with that water. Got it. Thank you. My pipes keep breaking. It only in the salt water. I was watching some of your videos to guide me, but they keep breaking once passing to refinery. Well, if they're breaking due to salt water, then it's because of temperature. So in this case right here, I have here a pipe, for example, that has polluted water in it. If I take a look at polluted water, in your case it's salt water. We can't just use salt water if I can find some. Everything's brine. Here's some salt water. Salt water has a vaporization point of 99.7 degrees Celsius. 4 degrees on top of that makes 103.7. If your salt water reaches 103.7 degrees Celsius, it will become steam. And if it becomes steam inside of a pipe, it will break the pipe. That is most likely your issue that you're facing here. If your pipes are breaking due to that. So even obsidian is not going to help you there, because that would be a pressure break and not a heat break. There's a difference. Can oxygen not included support a working molten salt thermal battery? I don't know. Don't think I've ever even thought about anything crazy like that. Maybe. Anything's possible, I suppose. How much do we have left here carbon dioxide-wise? Carbon dioxide-wise, we still have a bunch of carbon dioxide in here, so I'm not drywalling it yet. We're still letting it vent out. That's fine. Why not? It's doing the work for us, so let's let it do the work for us. Looks like that little bit of sour gas that we had literally is just sitting right here, and that's fine. Couldn't care less about it. That's okay. Here are the dupes with the lead suits. Very, very nice. Here we have the automatic dispenser. Even better, so let's go ahead with K, with number 9. Everything that we have sitting right here, anywhere accessible on the inside specifically, all the way through to the outside right here. Everything that can get hot in any way, shape, or form, we are going to clean up. Left, right, indifferent. We're gonna grab it all. Okay, dupes. That is quite a lot to do here, but this stuff has to be put into this automatic dispenser as fast as we can before we can really continue. Dimitri says, what is overheating? God Yorick 1's salt water is overheating. Purple drywall, never forget. Never forget, indeed, yes. Before we forget, though, new blueprints are available. Anytime, Yorick, anytime. Let's see what we got here. Another one. This one is definitely new. I haven't seen that one. The Sunshine Print, a UV-free wallpaper in decent quality. Brand spanking new to our slightly growing collection here. Nice to see it. Nice to see it indeed. Okay, dupes. Lots of work here. Lots of work here. Where are you even going? Are you doing what now? Wait, what? What am I watching? Why are you bringing it over here? Why is this one here not good enough for you? And why is clay turned off? Microchips, liquid fireball. Don't want to grab any of this. Enriched uranium. Don't want to grab that. Just seeing if there's anything in here that we need. Yeah. Yeah. It looks pretty decent for what we have here. Dupe should be able to make that happen. Oh, now you're gonna put it all the way over here. What is going on? I mean, seriously, though. Oh, that's what's going on. I never set the priority high. I still have these down here. Don't even need this one here anymore. We can rip this one out, too. But yeah, that's why the dupes are going over there. I was like, what the hell? Why are they going all the way over there? Yeah, of course. Priority was set too low. That makes all of the difference in the world. So now the dupes are going to grab all that stuff, bring it over here, throw it into that automatic dispenser where it belongs. And that should be hell of a lot better, hell of a lot faster. And it's just going to drop all down here. And from over here, it will be very simple to get it into our infinite storage whenever we choose to do so. Yorick says, yeah, I was trying to use salt water to pass the refinery and then make it into regular water, but it's too hot and my pipe keeps breaking, but I don't have a solution to cool it down. Now, the solution to cool it down could be something like I'm doing right here with the refinery, right? I just happen to have a naturally occurring area that used to be full of ice and whatnot. I'm literally just pumping, not even salt water, but polluted water, through this area with some insulated pipes. And if that's not good enough, I mean, that's what I usually do. I usually try to find me a cold biome. Like, for example, let's see, over here on the right side, where there's a lot of ice and snow. And you could literally just go ahead and build yourself a refinery here. Looks something like, not a oil refinery, a metal one. Looks something like this here. And you can literally just go out here with your insulated pipe. And then right beneath it, put some radiant pipes in out of aluminum or anything else you have available. And just run it along any kind of ice. And even if that's not enough, then you still have the option of temp shift plates to help you out as well. So there's so many options without having to do any kind of active cooling for refineries that I can't even remember when I last time actively tried to cool the liquid for a metal refinery. There's really no need for that, in my experience at least. Okay, yeah, dupes are cleaning. Dupes are cleaning hard. How are we on research over here? So on research over here, we are still at 3 out of 30. We will have to go to space here. That is a must, not a maybe. So let's probably make that happen. The question is just where and how and what do we want to do? Do we want to build a shit rocket? Do we want to go straight for petroleum? Do we want to do anything in between? I mean, probably want to go straight for petroleum just because we can. I mean, we got plenty of petroleum, so we might as well. That's at least what I'm thinking. This here's still running. Still got plenty of crude oil left over, still being plenty of crude oil being made. Setting this here to water. So we are making even more. Yeah. Should be pretty straightforward. Don't forget the tiny water blob in reactor liquid lock. I mean, there's several things that we can do here. We can either just leave it here and hope it doesn't cause an issue and it just evaporates when it becomes steam because the mass is so small. Or we can try to put a mesh tile right here and then mop it. Both things are definitely possible. Why for data? Isn't there a data maker machine? There is not. Because we are playing without the bionic duplicants. And I don't even know what that thing's called, but I do know that it is from the, it's something called with data. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but it's from the bionic duplicant DLC, which we have deactivated, so it doesn't exist. Yorick says, I see, thank you. I have one last question. I noticed in the video you have made metal plates to cool down stuff. How and what material do I use to build it to cool down stuff? Metal plates to cool down stuff. You mean these here? The metal tiles? Or are you talking about temp shift plates? That look like this here. I'm assuming you're talking about metal tiles. Metal tiles are found in base. Right here. And metal tiles, if you want to cool something down, you're trying to find the metal with the highest thermal conductivity you have, which is probably going to be aluminum if you have aluminum. If not, I don't even know. What is second? Copper, maybe? No, I saw a 91 here. Nickel is a 91. Iridium is a 170, so nickel probably. Right here at a 91. With the aluminum at 205, relatively high. I think steel is high too. Yeah, 54. You just build it, and then you put your piping through. Looks kind of like this here. Kind of exactly like this here. Cobalt isn't bad. I don't think I have any cobalt. Do I? No, I don't. I do not have any cobalt. That's why I can't look at the thermal conductivity. But that is what you're looking for. The thermal conductivity is your friend. John Singleton is here. Says, hi everyone. Hi John. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing all right. No, it's... What the... Oh, the mercury is so cold that the water is actually freezing. That's too funny. Oh no, that is funny as hell. So the water problem is actually going to solve itself. Beautiful, beautiful. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, indeed. I didn't want to mop. I actually wanted to do K right here. To pick this stuff here up. Highest priority. Grab all this stuff here. Out of there. That's crazy. Self-solving problems. I love it. Okay, so far so good. And also, what happened with that spigot seal? Why can't we still not bring it over here? Oh, I put it literally into a location that's unreachable. Yeah, that's stupid of me. One more ladder right here. That makes it reachable. And then we can actually get that spigot seal out of here as well. That's funny. I just clicked a random tile over there, and of course it's an unreachable tile. How else will it possibly be? You need to put liquefiables into the auto dispenser. No, liquefiables are down here. If these here are not completely full, which they might be, which they are. Damn, they are. Oof. We need to get water out of here. We do need to get water out of here. We are getting water out of here with our bathrooms, but it's apparently not enough water that we are actually utilizing. That is a slight issue. We need to build some showers or something somewhere. Just to use more water, so we can melt more. Because, yeah, this stuff here is gonna melt relatively soon. Here, negative 0.4 degrees. It's another 4 tons that we're gonna put in here very soon. 0.9 degrees. That one's on the brink of bursting. Yeah, we need to be careful down here. But okay. Mercury is nice and cold, though. That is a fact. I guess at least on the left side, I'm just gonna relocate it manually. See if that works. Before it melts again. Can ethanol work as a coolant, and can I use it for plastic making? The answer is no and no. You cannot use ethanol for plastic making, and you can also... I mean, you can use it as a coolant, and does it work? Yes. Depending on what your understanding is of working. It's not very efficient. That's why my answer to that is yes. Is no, I mean. It's gonna overflow to the left, so no water issues. You're correct. It is actually... That is actually really funny. I built this here like this, but absolutely on accident. Because it actually has an overflow built in to the left, which comes down exactly into our desalinator. So if they pick up water, it doesn't matter. The water is just going to go straight through them. Nothing is going to be done to them. And the water is going to be straight delivered to our electrolyzers. What's going on with our electrolyzers? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Mercury got in here? What the hell? How did Mercury get in here? It must have been the dupes that... Oh, it came from above, didn't it? Oh, yes. It must have come from here. Yep, right here's Mercury. There must have been a blob of Mercury in one of those things that we dug up, and I didn't notice it. That's stupid. That is rather stupid, indeed. That is a problem, in fact. Good that we noticed it. Good that we talked about it. That killed all of our electrolyzers, all 5 of them. Thankfully, that's a relatively simple fix here. Actually, it's a very simple fix. What am I going to do here? I think the easiest possible way to do it is to do nothing here. We literally can just come in here. That's okay. And we literally just can come in here. That's also okay. It doesn't matter. We can just open it up. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to turn these here off. You know, as a matter of fact... They don't even need to be turned off. I need to turn off all the pumps anyway. The pumps have to be off, so we don't actually have a mistake happen here and we pump the wrong gas in once we make our way into there. The bigger problem is that we have all that mercury here in our lines. So we gotta get rid of that stuff here as well. Okay, what happened? I left a minute and LOL. Apparently we had a little bit of mercury come down here flow over here and make it to our pump. Our pump picked it up, sent it through the desalinators who didn't know what to do with it because it's clearly not salty mercury, and sent it straight to the electrolyzer. So that's what happened. That is a slight mistake here, of course, that I should have considered. But nope, I did not. That is a slight issue for sure. And there's more mercury in here now as well. Unfortunately, it's so much that we can't mop it. It's 250 kilograms right here. So, how to get it out of this pipe right here, for the time being at least. I could make my life very easy. And I like it when my life is easy. So I think we're gonna go that route. Liquid filter? No, we're not gonna go with a liquid filter. Let's see. Let's see here. How can I do this? That'll do it. That'll definitely do it. I'm just gonna bring that shit over here. It can live here. It's not gonna be in our way. And we're just going to pump it out. Since it's only 500 kilograms, we're just gonna get rid of it all. Filter the input to the electrolyzers. It's not that simple because we don't have all the same material in here, guys. I have water, I have salt water, and I have brine. I have all three in here. If the pump gets one wrong thing out of here, it's just going to be a problem. All three of these here can go into the desalinator, though, without a problem. The only mercury that we have is right here. The pump's going to pick it up right away. I'm just going to empty out the pipe over here into this area. And once it's gone from down here on the bottom, we're going to move along like nothing has ever happened. It's simple, it's fast. And from the top, we can now confidently say we're not going to have that problem again because there's nothing left. That makes it very easy to say, yep, that is a problem that is most definitely solved. Since there's nothing else left up here that could fall down, it's a solved issue. Which makes our life, of course, a little bit easier. Also, anything else that we can mop along the way here, we will. Yeah, we have the tiny little mop, but that one here we can actually mop. The tiny little mop. The tiny little blob, I mean, that we can actually mop up. That one we can. And that one we will. Killjoy, what the hell happened with you? How the hell did you even... What the... Do you have the skills? Yes, you do. You have a black hat. You should be able to dig yourself out of here without an issue. Yes, kind of like that. Thank you. Okay. That is a problem, dupes. I was about to say, yes, you can actually clean this here up and fix them. I was about to say, I did snip off the power. It's fine. So it's okay, but yeah, without snipping off the power, we would have immediately destroyed the electrolyzers again, which will probably still happen. Probably. Since there is some mercury here that we just can't get out easily. I mean, we could theoretically empty it out with empty pipe. We might as well. Let's do it all the way here in the back. Yeah, that should be the best possible place for it. 2 more pieces of pipe right here that we need. Once we have those, we are going to start emptying out this pipe over here to the left. Off later, off ladder. Oof, I'm not getting enough sleep, ladder. At least 12 more hours of work today, says Kionis. Oof, that doesn't sound fine. But you only want to pure water in the electrolyzers, right? I will not fix the deposit area, but will stop them from breaking with future contaminant. Let me see what you're throwing up here. I mean, we could filter it on this side here, 100%. For only water. What are we gonna do with the mercury, though? I mean, I guess I could chuck it over here. I mean, technically speaking, hold on 1 second. This one here doesn't even contain any mercury. Do we have an area where I can just chuck this stuff and it will just be out of sight, out of mind? Not a problem. Just leave me alone with it. It may have to be up here. And who cares if there's a little bit of mercury in here, realistically speaking, right? At the bottom? You are correct. We do have an area at the bottom, but how do I get easily to the bottom? I mean, we could do it. We could actually easily do it just through here. This pipe right here actually is connected to nothing. Oh, this is the... Oh, yeah, that's the backup water pipe once we run out of water right here. Yeah, I can't utilize that. That I can't utilize. Nope. Yeah, you know what, screw it. Make a shame storage? We could do that too. We could do that too. We could do that very simply. That's actually a good idea. Because it's so little, and I don't anticipate it becoming a lot more, we can fit 3 of them right up here. Not out of iridium, though. That's insanity. Stop it. There we go. Let's make it not out of iridium. Let's make them out of nickel. Yeah, there we go. That's actually a good idea. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good call. What do we have here? Where's the filter? Am I blind? There it is. I was blind. Indeed. Sure as hell. Let's build it right there. It fits right there like a glove. Power nearby. Beautiful. Input on the bottom. Output for bullshit on the top. Looks something like this. And then we want to come back over here to the right with the good stuff. So let's make that happen. I like it. Just temperature-wise, what is it built out of? The liquid filter. It's built out of gold. That's fine. Gold will do it. Because we are at 95 degrees. So gold is totally okay for those purposes. So we can still empty out the pipe with that little temporary pipe that I built up here. Just to get that shit out of there. But other than that, we're going to filter it from now on. I like that. Infinite mercury storage built out of shale. Oh, God. That's funny. That's genuinely funny. The 2 elements in this game that are so freaking annoying. Gonna set this here to water. There we go. That'll fix it. And then just some random storages here. That's literally 15 tons that we can store. We are nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. And there we go. We should see in F6 some movement right here. At least on the left side, we can get rid of all this stuff here and put it over there where it belongs. Couldn't you just drop the mercury down the shaft? It will end up in the oil area that way. I think you are right, yeah, because it's actually connected right here, so it doesn't matter. I could theoretically just drop it down the shaft here. It's fine for right now. It's not that much. It's okay. Let's have those here. Let's filter it out. It's already working, as a matter of fact. Look at that. That's great. We can, therefore, snip this here off. We know that this here is all good water. And we know for a fact that this is all still nonsense. That also means we know for a fact we can close this here off. And that also means we can, yeah, well, we will leave that pipe here for a little while in case we need it again for something that I don't foresee right now, but let's get all this mercury out of here. Few more pieces left here. Yeah. Let's do this a little bit faster. There we go. Everything's water. Here's the last tile. Making its way through here. And very, very soon, we are done. At least with this area. There we go. That's the last piece. Now we just need to empty out those other tiles right here. This one, and this one here are all water. All water. All water. All water. I know everything's gonna change depending on what they do first, but let's see. Priority. High. Empty pipe in F6. Come on, dude. Somebody combine. Do it real quick so I can turn it back on. Because it is getting worse in here. We need to have it running, obviously. Maybe I need another dupe with that same skill. Maybe that would be a good idea here. But looks like we're getting it done. 2 more tiny little tiles right here. I may just ignore them. What all do we have in here, actually? On the top here, as long as we have no nonsense in here, we do have nonsense in here. I need to be careful with this pump right here, the gas pump on the top. How is it on the left side right here? We actually have some mercury on the floor here. Really? Seriously? Open it back up, get the mercury out. Try it again. Oh, dupes. There we go. That once again drops a little bit of mercury in here, which is fine. We can mop that. There we go. Everything has been removed. Everything's good. At least the left one is going to be back up and running here momentarily. And then the right side here is going to be right behind it. Once we have in F6 those last 2 tiles of mercury extracted. Damn it, dupes, do something already, will you? We also have mercury in here. I need to check that. Mercury's in here, 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 and here, and literally every one of them. Stop doing that. There we go. Every last one. If you take it out of there, I want to make sure that there's nothing else left. It's not. That's good. That's fine. You can just keep on going here for all I care until the last mercury's out. That's totally okay with me. You won't hear me complaining about that. Okay, okay. And in F6, everything is good now. Yeah, we should have built a failsafe like that earlier. But it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta come back. And on the bright side, it also gives our dupes here the time to pick up all this stuff here. And it sure as hell does look like we will need another automatic dispenser. And I think what I'm going to do is that automatic dispenser I'm going to put right here. I'm going to put a mesh tile underneath it. And once it's built, I'm going to set this here to liquefiable. So if we have ice that we cannot put into our storage right here, we are going to put it straight into this basin right there. Just so we can get it out of this reactor area. It looks like ice is not being touched and snow and whatnot for that very reason. Pick the bottles up. We also will pick up the bottles. Everything will be picked up. Okay, other than that, of course everything's empty. Base is still, thankfully the base area is so big that it takes so long. There's a lot of oxygen just stored in here by default. That allows us to have downtime like this without being like a major issue. But, as you said, let's pick up the bottles. That should be okay. Let's pick up the bottles and everything else over here. Looks like that has been done. We can close the left side off. On the right side right here, once again, we're going to open this here up. The mercury is in here. From the broken pipes and the broken electrolyzers are just dripped down through the mesh tiles. That's okay. We're going to fix it. And we're going to move on. Like nothing has actually happened here. And you know what? Yeah, let's dig up this tile here instead. That's better. In every way that I can think of it. The only problem is, of course, right here, the nonsense that we have here. We will have to see what we can do here. Problem is we will have to prime it again, no matter how we look at it. It has to be done. Gas bridge has to go. One more time, the same game that we already played twice now. But what can you do? If it has to be done, it has to be done. Gas vent here. And gas vent on the bottom as well, if I could, please. And Barris with 50 gifted memberships to the channel. The absolute MVP. Thank you very much, Barris. Truly appreciate your generosity. I see a lot of names here. Tack got one. Dreedip got one. Allegedly Trouble. Tim May. It's actually moving so fast that I can barely read it. Lots of known names in here that are getting gifted memberships today. That is awesome. Truly love to see that. That people that are actually active in chat are getting the gifted memberships from you guys. I wish that you could somehow, in some shape, way, or form, influence that. Unfortunately, you can't. But yeah, thank you very much, Barrick. That is awesome. Wrong element damage, of course. I forgot, apparently. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. I forgot one tiny piece in here. Kind of like I did over here. Over here I got it out, over here I didn't. So let's do it one last time. Repair it one more time. Mop it one more time. Stupid me. This time over here, let me double check it before I do it. Water, it's all mopped, it's all good. Pick it up, get it out of there. I know you don't have storage. You will find it though. Very soon. And we started at least this one here back up. Gas filter the oxygen output like the water input for the electrolyzers. Gas filter the oxygen output like the water input for the electrolyzers. I mean, yes, of course, but that would cost me 120 watts. Basically, permanently. Whereas if this here is set up once correctly, you don't usually have to touch it anymore. This time, for once, yes, an accident has happened. We got a different element into it. But constantly spending 120 watts on that, that doesn't sound feasible or efficient in any way, shape, or form, honestly. So we're not going to do that. Alright. A complete gas mess in here that we need to take care of. So let's do it. That's going to be super simple, though. Because what we're going to do is literally this. And can I put it somewhere else? Can I put it somewhere else? Yeah, I can. I can do this, I can do that, and I can do this, this, and that. That allows us to create a vacuum and start up once again. Aren't you soon to have near limitless power? And didn't you just rebuild the storage like 3 times? Yes, it is true that we are about to have infinite power, but still, it's not a good habit to just throw power at everything. Tino WG says, that's one way to remind me of the stream. Got an email with a free membership. Thanks. That's actually... That's one way to do it, I suppose. That's funny. Now, that's the first time I've seen that comment. Somebody gets an email for a free membership and then decides to come online. Do to that. That's actually great. All of these signal switches here, we're gonna turn them off. All these here we're gonna set to the low. And let's go! Once I get some oxygen, the oxygen out of here, we can stop this pump here on the top. Set it to above once again. There we go. The top is fine. Now just everything that is not oxygen needs to get out. Kind of like this. Set it to above. There we go. All good, all out. Looks good to me. Let's turn the electrolyzers back on. Across the board. Let's make sure that the gases are going into the appropriate locations they're supposed to go. Kind of like this. That works. And now, last but not least, we can get rid of our gas vents. We don't need them anymore. Those days are over. Those times are done. And over here, even there, it's now pure hydrogen that's going to come out of here once again. So we can rip out the gas vent. And we can rip out the insulated gas pipe behind it as well. Very good. Power is cheap. Get a new hamster, dude. I would have built those vents first. I would have forgotten and had more misses. It's a good thing that we stopped shipping O2 out of the base. Indeed. Power is cheap. Power is cheap. So many memberships. I agree. I started to play due to your plays, and I got help from your great members in Discord with an issue I had. That is awesome. I saw that, Nilmer. I saw that you had a question, and I saw that some people in there were able to help you before I was even able to see it myself. So that is great. That's what I love to see. That's what I want to see. That's the kind of community I love to have, where you guys help each other out with questions about this game or any others. That's great to see. That's great to have. And I truly, truly always appreciate seeing it myself. Keep up the good work, guys. And of course, exclamation point Discord leads you to the Discord channel that we are talking about right now. Okay, let's go this one here below. And then above. And let's go this one here below. And then above. Right around now. Let's see. That should do it. That should fix it. Let's hook this here back up. And let's get rid of the gas vents here and there. And once they're gone, one last time, our bridges. One last time, indeed. Okay, very good. Now, where do we stand up here? Not very good, it looks like, but we do have our automatic dispenser in that I can set to, not sublimators, but liquefiable. Liquefiable, you can have brine ice, polluted ice, snow, solid carbon dioxide. Throw it all in here, I really don't care. And even tallow is apparently counted as a liquefiable. That's funny. But right here, we do have all this ice right here that currently can't go anywhere. So we are gonna get rid of it in our own way. And we're just gonna chuck it into that area. A little bit of cooling in that area doesn't hurt anyway, so that works out in our favor. Anything else that is in here that has been moved by a dupe and maybe doesn't have a sweep command attached to it anymore, let's give it another one. That should be fine. And right here, oxygen should be flowing right around now. And it is. And it's fine. And the system will never fail again. Year 2025. I mean, it really does not have a big option of failure again, now that we already put 120 watts against it. With that filter right here. If nothing but water gets up here, it can't fail again. That is at least a theory. I guess we will see if it holds true. Okay, on the outside right here, while the dupes are still cleaning, since we are limited with oxygen right here and everything else, that's gonna be a little while until that recovers. We can go ahead with our heavy watt wire, for example. We need to have a heavy watt wire through here, across the board. If we like it or not, that has to happen. So let's make it happen right away, in fact. And let's also put a heavy watt joint plate, a heavy watt conductive joint plate to be more precise, down here on the bottom. Rip out this one tile right here. Give me my conductive wire back. Thank you very much. And we're gonna come down here. And let's see. Yep, we're gonna come straight through here. Straight through here, all the way through, all the way down. And then all the way over to the right. Through here, through there, through here. And then last but not least, we will require a bridge, a conductive wire bridge to be precise, that we are going to put right here. Snip this off, rip out the conductive wire, make both of these here a 9, and let's go. And Regia Gaming is rating the channel with a party of 38. Thank you very much for that. How are you all doing, guys? Hope you're having a wonderful, chill Saturday. Conductive wire bridge, are you gonna come here? Yep. And this here throughput. That will give us access to our wonderful, wonderful steam turbines over here. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's actually very great, not gonna lie. Like that a lot, I like what I see. A few more things that we can also do that's gonna be a mixture between inside and outside. We can go ahead, not out of shale, but out of igneous rock. Gonna come down here and to the left. Gonna come down here and to the left. Gonna come down to the left and down to the left once again, and then right here, last but not least, we're gonna come through here as well. But for that, we will need a bridge here in a second. So let me bring this tier down somewhere to right here. Again, that is the location where we're gonna build our wonderful, wonderful nuclear reactor in a second. But Arisha says, hiya, amazing to see you live. We have been doing max difficulty on the skewed asteroid, getting the gold volcano sorted. That sounds awesome. The skewed asteroid, I haven't actually played that map yet. It's still up here, but soon that is definitely on the docket. Right at the moment, we are currently playing basically just not spaced out prehistoric pack. We let the Mollier impact. We dug it all out. We have a little tamer right here for the volcano. That's what we built last time. And today, we're slowly but steadily working on our newest friend right here. This is our nuclear reactor tamer. That is definitely gonna be good. I got tossed over here. Hey man, says Mimic 101. He's making a left turn. I had a pretty chill Saturday, but it's mostly over now. It is mostly over now. Yep, depending on your time zone especially. But hey, gotta see it on the bright side. We still have a Sunday to go. It's still not Monday. We still don't have to work. That's the one positive thing we have to keep in mind at all times here. Also, liquid vents, of course. Can't be forgotten. Very good. We're slowly but steadily making progress right here. And from the looks of it, this may actually be the perfect drop location where this pipe here comes through. This actually couldn't be much better than this. Couldn't be much better than this, to be quite honest. Okay, dupes. You know it, as usual. Lots of work, not a lot of time. Needs to be done, one way, shape, form, or another. So let's get it done. And we should also probably get started with at least building some kind of rocket, because we still need the databanks, and I don't see us getting 27 databanks without going to space. I don't think we have enough left on this map to actually make that happen. I truly don't believe so. What do we have here? How much databanks do you get out of that? Only one? It's not a lot. It's not a lot, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't think we have enough, because we basically went through everything already. We were a little bit quick on our feet and used it for random nonsense. We couldn't anticipate at that time that we are going to build a nuclear reactor anytime soon, but here we are. That is just how it goes. So let's go to space. But the question is, are we going to do with a shit rocket, or are we going to do with a real rocket? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we go shit rocket, or should we go quick petroleum rocket? Either way around, it doesn't really matter to me. How do we have access to carbon dioxide? We don't need a lot. How do we have access to oxalite? We do have plenty of oxalite, so the shit rocket is a viable option. A shale-powered rocket. That's right, Vesty, that would be funny. Kiona says go big. Lemprolly says tiny early game rocket. Thomas says a real shit rocket. 3C says, I think you know my answer. Yes, I have a feeling, 3C, that I do know, in fact, your answer. Yes, I do. Okay, it's the shit rocket. We're gonna build the shit rocket. We need a rocket platform. It has been also a while since I built the shit rocket, honestly. So let's just plop it. You know what? Screw it. Right here. Why not? That's fine. Change to iridium. Cool. That works too. Let's build us a rocket platform right here. And let's build us a few ladders around it as well. And let's build us just a few insulated tiles underneath it. We don't need a lot here. That's fine. Shit rocket OP. The shit rocket is indeed OP. The shit rocket has always been OP. Will always be OP. Everyone knows it. That the shit rocket can't be beaten. Vacuum time? It's still not vacuum time. Still not. Still not. Let me give this a higher priority. I know the focus is all the way on the left over here, but we do need the shit rocket. So we can actually put our nuclear reactor in as well, which is kind of the heart of the entire operation. So yeah, there's that. Also, while we are waiting for that, 3 unclaimed blueprints for the rest of the stream. Let's make that 2. And we got some basic white pants. A clean pair of white pants that go with everything in common quality. Very nice. Pretty sure we already had about 11,500 of those, but that's totally fine. The rest he says boring. Is it boring because it's not purple? I have a feeling that may have something to do with it. Tiny rockets are so cute. But this one here is a lot of things, but cute is not the right thing here. It's not cute. It won't be. It's called the shit rocket for a reason. Okay. Yeah, it is on a number 9 priority. It's built out on nickel. I don't know where the closest nickel is. Might take a hot minute for the dupes to get that here. Also, I just realized we have all these oxygen masks here that just are an eyesore that we haven't used in a long time. It's not a priority or nothing, but let's make sure that oxygen masks can actually be annihilated and dropped into our infinite storage. Out of sight, out of mind. What's the plan for the nuke plant? I mean, first and foremost, the plan is, of course, to create power. The second plan is to store all the nuclear waste into an infinite storage, trying to create as much radiation as we can. trying to create as many rat bolts as we can, and then utilizing them for whatever you need rat bolts for. May that be the, damn it, what is it called? The, hold your horses. In research, what is the damn engine called? The rat bolt engine, damn it. Words are hard. The rat bolt engine is one of the things that we, of course, going to utilize that for. One of the other things is, of course, going to interplanetary launcher. And also for research, we can use it as well. Looks like we got it. So, new rocket. Let's go with the carbon dioxide engine. First and foremost, we need that. Didn't even pay attention to what that's built out of, but that's fine. And then on top of that, we just need this here. We will need also, on top of this here, a battery. If I press the right button, we can do it. And let's plop in a couple of solar panels. That's it. That's all that's required for this build right here. Super simple, super straightforward. Doesn't need anything except a little bit of carbon dioxide, which we still need to acquire. But again, not too worried about finding carbon dioxide somewhere on this map. Or am I? Nah, we'll find carbon dioxide when we need it. Worst case scenario? In an absolute worst case scenario, I will find a space to put a pump into here. We got plenty in this area right here. For this rocket, that's for sure. It's just a very misunderstood rocket. It tries its best. That's funny, Lamprolly. That is funny. But I mean, for research purposes, it's definitely more than good enough. There's no question. It's getting the job done. Okay. Get it done, dudes. Thankfully, we have glass. We haven't made any, but we have so much glass that we literally don't know what to do with it because glass comes with the demolier. That's nice. And also, this area right here is still not somehow a vacuum. That's crazy, actually. I didn't expect it to take that long, but it's still not a vacuum. But we're getting there. That's all I can say. This area over here on the left, on the other hand, is a vacuum. Wouldn't you look at that? That has made it. This little area here has become a vacuum by now. So it's definitely getting better. Slowly but steadily, we're making our way there. On the bright side, that also means we can now start with drywall. It is the shit rocket, not the shit rocket. Where is our drywall? In purple. Actually, let me just grab this drywall and copy it. And let's make it all the way across here. Block it all off. Make it all nice. Do we literally have one extra tile right here? Really? Okay, I'm gonna put in one extra. 5 tiles on the top. All purple. All drywall. All for you, bestie. I really shouldn't hear any more complaints at this point, I believe. Okay, shit rocket is here. Let's view the interior. Very, very nice. And I just need to remember how to build this thing. Has been a hot minute. Let's see. I believe it has a ladder right here. It has a insulated tile. Or any tile, for that matter. Probably right here. We will need the toilet. The reason it has its name. Right over here. Actually, I need to see real quick. I remember there was a problem. That's right. The shitter needs to be up here on the top. It's the throne. That's right. That's the way around it was. I had to remind myself of how to build this thing. That's too funny. Where is that damn thing? The orbital collection lab goes over here on the right because the dupe is going to spend much more time over here on the right than anywhere else. And then we're going to build a storage bin in here. And that should be almost everything that we need. That is almost everything that we need for this build. Very simple. Very straightforward. As that should be. Also, we're going to set this here to grounded, by the way. Before I forget that later. And I feel like I probably am going to utilize the carbon dioxide that's in here. It's just so nicely and closely nearby. Might as well. The only problem is, how do I get out of here? And how do I get up there with all this pipe mess that I have already going on? I mean, I almost have a better idea here. I mean, we still need more. That's not going to be enough to power a rocket, and at least not in any short amount of time here. Let me put it that way. Let me get rid of this gas bridge right here. And let me take this one right here. Let's see, how can I do this? I need it on the right side or on the left side? I need it on the right side. Yep, right side is correct. So let's see that we can get it on the right side as early as possible, which will be right here. We're going to cross over. What now? There we go. There we come up. We come through here. And we come straight up right here, all the way to our rocket. That's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah. And just for good measure, we're going to go into base and we're going to grab us right here a gas reservoir. And you know what? We're going to put us 2 of those things because they fit in here perfectly. Almost too perfectly. Almost a little bit scary right here how perfectly that fits. Do we need 2 though? How much does one of them hold? Is it 1,000? 1,000 kilograms. It's more than enough. Only one of them is enough. Yeah, only one of them is enough. So let's do it this way. Let's build it right here. Let's grab us a floor. Let's put in that floor. And then in F7, let's come through here, out there, snip this here off, and it'll be just fine. There we go. That is how we're going to do this. We will catch it here in our catch-all, and then when we need it, we are going to distribute it up here to our rocket whenever necessary. This can't just run basically indefinitely. At 31 grams to get to 1,000 kilograms, it will take a hot minute. Zeke 1976 is here, says, good morning, guten Morgen aus Deutschland, guten Morgen, back to Germany. I mean, you are technically correct. It is technically 12:38 in the morning, so yes, it is good morning. I was like, good morning, isn't it a little late for that? Nope, you are technically correct. Okay. Hope you're doing alright. Always nice to see some people from Europe here, of course. Always happy to see people from my home joining the stream, even though we are exclusively English on here. But I know that a lot of my fellow Germans speak English about as good as me, if not better. So yeah. Let's get this here built, and let's see if that powers our rocket. Rocket interior. Let's build that as well while we're at it. Why is nothing getting built in here, by the way? Maybe that's why. We will find out. My mistake was putting the machine right into the radiation. Wait, what? I don't know what you mean, Lamprelly. Nomad Booth, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly appreciate the support. That brings us up to 666 followers. The number of the devil. Nobody unfollow or follow anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, pastel purple is also coming in. It will take time. It's built out of shale. It's actually built out of shale. I'm actually going to go nuts here. It's actually built out of shale. Okay, it's actually built out of shale. We're just going to live with it. Deep breath, we're just going to live with it. How's the base looking? Yep. We're catching back up now that our bombs are back online. It's really not that big a deal anymore. We are back on our feet here very, very soon. Shouldn't be a problem. All my research, my researcher in the rocket always got radiation sick because I put the station where you put the toilet, basically. Yes. Yep. That's exactly it. Makes a massive difference. Makes a hell of a difference. To build the shit rocket, you need to have the orbital data collection lab in the right. And it's called the shit rocket because the outhouse is all the way in the top. And it is literally the throne of the rocket. That's why it's lovingly called the shit rocket. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to limit this here to, let's say, I don't know, random number. 5,000 is even too much. 2,000. And then I'm going to say plastic. And we're just going to fill this sucker here up with plastic. That's what we're going to do. And that's going to be very, very simple. Did you get a farting dirt? Don't forget the dirt. We have 15 visits in here. It's super easy. Something else that we will need, though, is, yeah, food in there for the dupe. And getting food in here is always a problem. It's always a slight issue, at least, because there's no space in here, as you can tell, that we can put anything else in here at all. So the only way to do it is do it manually. And what we do usually is we find us our good old friend. Let's see, the PMI can that we have gotten out from the printing pod here, which I completely forgot. I completely forgot this here, literally for the last 3 hours, and nobody said anything. That's really funny. You guys decided on a swamp chart hard literally like 2 or 3 hours ago, and we never came back, and we never actually took it. That's funny. That's so funny. That was literally hours ago that I asked that question and then completely forgot that it existed. I don't think we have the peony can turned on in here, do we? No, we don't. So it should be laying somewhere in the base. Theoretically, it should be still laying right here. Now let's see if that is a true statement. Do I see it? I do not. So where is it? Huh. Let's see. I mean, and there's always different ways to make this happen. For example, I can come in here and I can still say put the 5,000 in here, the 2,000 in here. After the 2,000, we will need, so that's plastic, we will need oxalide in here, and after the oxalide, we will need the food. So yeah, those are the things that we need. In rocketry, we also need a power outlet fitting right here that we're just literally going to plop anywhere. It's not in the way, so it doesn't matter. And we're going to bring it down. Right here, with the conductor flyer. And then if one wants to do so, if one chooses to be friendly, in the shed rocket, then we can go to furniture and we can grab us, for example, a wonderful aeropod right here, made out of beautiful, beautiful glass. And we can hang it right there and we can put in some sort of plant in here to make it a little bit nicer. And that will literally max out our space. That leaves us these few tiles right here. One more thing that we can do, I suppose, is crown molding. The ceiling trim right here. Actually, we can do corner trim. Corner trim right here. And we can do another corner trim right here. And then we have literally maxed out every single tile in this rocket. Wood blocks, that's a good call. I love it, I love it. I forgot that we have wood blocks now. Wood blocks, we can put wood blocks in here. Yes, I love it. I love, love, love it. Very nice. Maximizing every tile. That's what we want to do. That's what we are known for. And that's what we're going to stand for as well. Very good. This pipe here is slowly but steadily filling up. Dupes, I really need you to build this insulated gas pipe right here. That has to happen a little bit faster. At the bare minimum, all the way to up here. I don't care about the rest. We don't have to go to the rocket yet, but to the gas reservoir, that would be nice. Okay, very good, very good. The nicest shit rocket the world has ever seen. Very good. Look at the decor. Just look at that decor. What could possibly go wrong? Do we have actually a plant that is decent for this environment? 20 to 50 degrees Celsius, air pressure 150 grams in oxygen. Yeah, bliss burst. Perfect. Look at this. Put the bliss burst in here. Make it happen. It's the premium shit rocket. That's one hell of a nice space, not shit rocket version 2.0. That's one hell of a nice space, now. There we go. Shit rocket version 2.0, yep. Beautiful, beautiful. And we already have the first 620 kilograms in here of a wonderful plastic. A little bit more is coming here very soon. And now let's check out the decor once again. Look at this. It's so nice. Yes, of course, the Bliss Burst is unhappy, but the Bliss Burst is mainly unhappy due to one reason. Is this now the polished turret rocket? Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. A little bit more plastic dupes. That would be nice. I really want the 2,000 in there. That would be great. Once we have the 2,000 in there, then we can go ahead and we can actually start putting the oxalide in there as well. Once we have the oxalide, we're just going to switch over to a fridge, and then we're going to bring in the food, and then we're going to start the rocket on its mission. Very simple, very straightforward. It's going to make us an insane amount of data banks in an insanely short amount of time. At no cost, basically. It's great. Can be built in minutes. I have always been a big fan of the patented shit rocket. Gets the job done every time. The wood carving may outperform the plant. It might. It might. Can I actually put a wood carving right there and the dude can still go by? Is that a thing? It's a wood block, right? Like, can a dupe go past that? I actually don't know that answer. I guess so, or otherwise you guys wouldn't suggest it? Yeah, it's a wall item? Okay, cool. Like a painting? Alright, good. Just wanted to make sure. Wasn't sure about that. Okay, here we have it. We have 2,000 kilograms of plastic in here, so let's evacuate the plastic, just put it on the floor. And then we're gonna go oxalate. And once again, I'm just gonna leave it on 2,000. It doesn't really matter how much we have in here. All of it, everything that we have, can happily be put into this rocket, and I won't be mad about it. I don't need an artist. I have an artist. I don't have an artist inside the rocket. Dock number 27. That's why it's complaining. Because he is technically unavailable or unreachable because he's outside the rocket. Once he goes inside, it's a done deal. There we go. There's the oxalate, providing the oxygen in here. Wonderful. Blissburst is happy. Look at the decor. Ah, look at that. Beautiful. Plus 31, plus 36. The nicest one ever. Figon, who is coming? Rubber Duck is coming? Cool, that works. Somebody's coming, somebody's getting it done. And then we're gonna get this wood block here carved up and see if that is going to make our rocket even nicer. In the meantime, the dupes are still building. Like I said, I knew that this would happen. I knew that this drywall here is going to be the most time-consuming. It always is. But it has to be done if we want this area here to be somewhat decent at all. Something else that we can do and probably should do is think about cooling. So let's do that right away as well. It just gives the dupes more to do on the inside here. I don't want them to stand around and be bored when there's plenty of work to do, which there sure as hell is. So let's do it. We're going to come in here with a thermo aqua tuner. We're going to come in plumbing with an insulated pipe down here, down here. We're going to come over. Standard patented design. Nothing has changed. The only difference is we're not going to run inside the metal tile or we're going to go inside the metal tile only as short as possible. We're going to come right out into here, and then we're going to come around here. And now, this is going to be pretty, I hope. We're going to put one here, going to put one there. Going to put one here, one there, one here, one there. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and last but not least, number 5 in the corner. So let's see if we can make this here look somewhat pretty. We're going to come in, out, up and through, and back out through here. Nope, not like this. Like this, that's more like it. Come all the way along here, in, straight through, back out, all the way through, and up to the top, in, out, up to the top. Yes, highly, highly expensive to build this, in case you're wondering. Very, very expensive. So much igneous rock, but thankfully, we couldn't care less now, could we? Because one thing that we are not lacking is igneous rock. All right, let's keep going. We are going to come straight through here. That makes it easy. That makes it fast. There we go. Even this here is already been built. Very nice. And then last but not least, and that is the most sucky part about this here, for lack of a better words, you have to come all the way through this very hot area with our water. So it will definitely pick up a little bit of heat coming through here, even with the insulated pipes. And there is nothing we can do about it. It is an inefficiency. We could theoretically build this here on the outside and come up and then try to come with this pipe here back on the inside of the wall and whatnot. But is it worth it? That's the question. And I don't think so. I don't think so. So yeah, this is what we're going to build for right now. Eventually somewhere, and I don't know exactly where that will be, maybe here. We will need a liquid reservoir is what I was about to say. Doesn't really matter where, again, we just need it somewhere here. So I think we are going to do this here by coming in here, in there, and snip it off right here instead. Yeah, that'll do it. And before I forget it later, we can play the game in the meantime, but all these bridges right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That should do it. That gives us a completed loop. That looks somewhat decent, at least. It's good enough for my OCD. I hope it's good enough for yours as well. There we go, 3 C's here, working on the woodblock. Woodblock is here. It's now an incomplete artwork, so now we gotta wait for Mark Brocky to come by, apparently, and carve this thing here. And then we will see what the decor looks like at that point. Definitely looking forward to it. Looks like we got a little bit of a negative hit on here with our power outlet. Why did my plant just die? Why did my plant just die? Why did my plant just die? We have everything. 20 to 50 degrees. Oh, it's too cold in here. Yeah, it will get hotter once we have a dupe. Do we have a plant that works in a little bit of a colder temper? Yeah, look at this here. Beautiful. Ring rosebush. Let's try you. It needs to get a little bit warmer in here, which will happen once the dupe is here, so... yeah, we will just have to wait for that to be the case. But let's check it out. Oh yeah, it's already a hell of a lot better. Look at that. That thing here has a massive increase with our wood tiles. If we also get the rosebush in here, we're good to go. Nothing stopping us anymore from going to space. Oh, it's a Draco butt? Yes, it is in fact a Draco butt. I thought the same thing. Look at that. Looks very nice. Looks indeed very nice, actually. In here, we have now all of the oxalite, probably that we have available to us at all. 1,673 degrees. So yeah. We can just deconstruct this entire thing here. Turn the oxalite loose and throw it on the ground. The only thing that I need to make sure is that this here and this here is turned off with oxalite. So the dupes are not coming up here and grabbing it, not deconstructing it. View the interior. I want the oxalite to lay there. I want the storage bin here to be deconstructed exactly. And then we're going to replace it with a fridge. There you go. Don't even need a plant. Is there a plastic one? That'd be nice. Did you see the sign in the pilot seat? The sign in the pilot seat. No shitter, no bed, no eating. This one here? You mean? Yes, that is the standard sign. I have seen that before. It's the standard sign for grounded. Yep. Come on, dupe. Somebody bring me the fridge or build me the fridge real quick. That's the last thing we need, then we can go to space. It's literally simple. That's all we need. In the meantime, dupes are, of course, building everything else. Like I said, very time-consuming. Very difficult to build. Not difficult. Very expensive to build, that's the word. Not difficult at all, actually. But yeah, very expensive. Lots of materials. Lots of time. Is what it is. Sometimes gotta do what you gotta do. And this here's certainly something we gotta do, if we like it or not. Now, in the meantime, though, we still have this polluted water over here, where we can add more polluted water to it if we choose to do so. Which I'm probably sure we will. But then where does the pipe go? Currently the pipe goes back because we emptied that out. It goes all the way here. It goes all the way over here. Oh, that's perfect. So we just gotta make it a little bit longer, bring it all the way up to here, and we can literally pump the polluted water from over here through. And most of the pipe is already built. I mean, that makes it very easy. Very nice, even, one could say. So let's bring this pipe over here. Bring it through there. Bring it through here. Over there. And then last but not least, that is not at all what I meant to do here, but sure, close enough. Bring it all the way up there. So we can fill this here up very nicely. With polluted water. I know I don't have to. I'm gonna snip it anyway. Okay, very good. Looking decent. Do we have food yet? Or a fridge? No. No fridge. Let's try it with a high priority. Maybe then I get a fridge. Research-wise, 3 out of 30. Still no change, of course. Oh, actually, that's because I never submitted the bioscan here, I suppose. And because once we have it submitted, we need to dig through this here, then we can get those 2 databanks out. That's why I was wondering why it's still at the same value and it hasn't changed. Because we got those 2. We can use them. We should use them. So my expectation would be that it changes, and it hasn't. So, yeah. I also never noticed the air freshener in the shitter. There is an air freshener in the shitter, indeed. There's a lot of details. And oxygen not included, there's a lot of very small details. So zooming in on the different buildings and just looking around to what you can find does indeed sometimes reveal new things even after hundreds and sometimes even thousands of hours. Let's go edible. Let's go pemmican. Let's go number 9 priority. And let's make sure that that stuff just is all in here. I don't know how much we actually have. I have no idea. Can I see that? 7,800 kilocalories. That's not a lot. Not gonna lie. Not a lot at all. We also have not more in here, but I will give you guys a choice again. This time, do me a favor and hold me accountable if I forget it again. We have a pip egg. We have 2 pip eggs. Still have one. We have 400 kilograms worth of iron. We have a Bert in farming, researching, and supplying. Is germ resistant, a plant murderer, and unempathetic. And then we have a Hassan in doctoring, rocketry, and cooking. Is germ resistant, a radiation eater, a plant murderer, and is trypophobic. So those are the 4 options on the top we have available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think we should do. And that is, of course, exactly what we will do as well. All right, I'll give you guys a minute or two, and then we come back, if I don't forget it, and actually grab something this time around. But this here is our pip storage, by the way, in case you're wondering. We're not low on pips. Not low on pips. But we can always get more. Can always get more. Choice is yours. Looks like, yeah, the base is in great shape once again. That's fine. We do have a little bit of nonsense being built up right here. A little bit of extra natural gas. Where did the natural gas even come from? I'm wondering, honestly. No idea where the natural gas came from, but it's a little bit stuck over here on the left side. It should be fine. And it should also be basically a self-solving problem, because slowly but steadily, the pressure is going to increase in our base more and more and more. Since we are producing more than we are consuming every single cycle, and eventually it will push it down. It's just a question of time. Just a question of time. Someone farting, it could be. It's indeed very possible that it could be just some dude farting around all day long. It's very possible. Chlorine in your bedroom? Yes, there is chlorine in the bedroom. I mean, some dupes don't even have a bedroom, so there's that. They will be fine. Okay, that's working, everything's good. Is there a flatulent dupe? I feel like we brought one on. I think you guys voted for one at one point or another. So it could well be that we have a flatulent dupe running around here somewhere, yes. Okay, so let me see what we have here. We have 1 vote for iron. We have 2 votes for iron, 3 votes for iron, 4 votes for iron, 1 for the pip eggs, and 1 for Bert. Iron it is. Okay, and we got the iron in. Very good. The gas pipe here, there we go. This gas pipe here has been built. We are already putting a little bit of carbon dioxide in here. By now it's 99 kilograms. How much does it actually need to take off? 100? Well, there. There you have it. We already have what we need to get up there. View the interior. Do we already have it in here by now? We only have 3,000 grams in here. It's a little bit, not much. It also shows 0 kilocalories. That can't be right. Something's wrecked here. I don't know. I'm thinking all the natural gas vents are on the far right. We have one over here, and we have another one over here. We have one on the bottom left and one on the top right. Well, top right. Middle right, actually. Top right, we got nothing. Yeah, that's what we have available here. Easier seem to be doing still fine. Still bringing more wood in. Wood back up to 20 tons. Our cold spike here is still working at least good enough for what we need. That's fine. Not really a complaint here on my end. As long as it keeps the floxes alive to give us more wood. That's all we really need at the end of the day here. Still wondering what's going on with the pemmican though. Really wondering. Can I give this here a higher priority? Can we bring this stuff by, or what are we doing here, dudes? Where are my 7,800 kilocalories? So maybe some eventually got out from the bottom vent that was tamed. It could well be that we got out a little bit somewhere. It's very possible. But I also don't see a dupe to come by here and actually do anything. Not sure why, not sure why. Not allowed by schedule. Let's melt phosphorus and CO2 in iron volcanoes. That is completely off of what we're doing right now, but sure. That is something we can do eventually. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why my pemmican is not getting delivered. Why? Like Umdalek, you have it as a number 2. And then it just disappears. Like, is the pemmican bugging? Something is definitely bugging, because I supposedly have 3,000 grams. But 0 kilocalories are being shown. What else do I have on the planetoid? I mean, even if it goes bad, it actually doesn't matter. We can't just bring in a bunch of sweat corn, why not? Or veggie poppers. Veggie poppers. Tender brisket, actually. Look at that, 82,000 kilocalories of that. Why not? Why not have some brisket while chilling here in the rocket? Prio on the other other fridges? No, because the other fridges don't even allow pemmican at all. So no, that's not it. That's definitely not it. The other fridges, I believe, I probably have him set on a 9, I would assume I do, but let's check it. Let me set these here all on an 8. But yeah, pemmican not allowed to go in here, so it should just be laying in our infinite storage, technically speaking. Let's see if anyone brings anything by here anytime soon. 10x speed. I don't know what that just was. Doesn't look like anyone brought anything, but somebody was just here. What the hell? What the hell was that? There we go. So we got some brisket. Plenty of it, actually. 6 kilograms, 5 kilograms with 75% freshness. We don't need any more. All we need now is to figure out which dupe is going to go to space, and it's probably going to be Goof, I believe we had. Yeah, Goof is rocket piloting, data analysis. Goof is definitely the dupe that's going to go. So let's do this, let's do that. And then let's say, right here. Begin to launch the... Oh, we haven't fueled it yet. Oh. We haven't fueled it yet. I hope we are fueling it here in a second. That would be nice. So please, build the last few. He's never too far away to bring him back to eat. Couldn't agree more with that. Couldn't agree more with that. Plenty of stuff in here still. Yeah, I just need some fuel in here. And the fuel needs to be built right here. There are the last few pieces of insulated gas pipe that need to be built. Come on, dupes. Get it done. Bring the granite. Is that literally the fastest possible way to bring granite? I have my doubts about that fact, but sure. Okay. I mean, they're bringing it. It'll be done here in a second. We already have the materials. We just need the pipe. And then we can go. And it should be just fine. Okay. Few more. A little bit more, yes. Bring it on, bring it on. Good numbers, guys. Oh, there's 2 more down here that are unreachable. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. We need to go here. Actually, we can't just do this here. That would do it. Don't even need to do all this nonsense. We can still dig out the bottom, because why not? But still, those 2 pieces of ladder right here are enough for us to get where we need to be. And that will be fine. Yes, very good. Yeah. Last 2 tiles right here. And we can fuel it. That will take seconds and we're good to go. What is here going on? Something has messed up this graphic right here. That's clearly bugging out. That's funny. Okay, now we can reach it. We're just gonna build it. 2 tiles. 2 tiles, dupes. 2 tiles. All we need. Also. Hold on, where are you going? I was just thinking. This thing here? Just empty it, wherever it's at. Wait, what? Where are you going with it? Oh, we have a canister drainer down here on the bottom. Okay. I just want you to open it up right where it's at. And release it. Because we need it right here. 55 kilograms of oxygen up here in this area. Actually, let's move it back up there. Is going to change this entire environment here. Very nicely. So let's make that happen. Same for this guy right here. It's only 300 grams, so it doesn't matter, but still. Yeah. Last few pieces right here. Or not last few, but the last things here are being built. That's great. Great to see. The drywall is coming in. We're still in a vacuum. Actually, that was the last piece of drywall. Very nice to see. Very nice to see. There's a little bit of mercury we can mop up while we're at it. But yes, now the rest of the piping is missing, of course, and that kind of thing still needs to be built. And it's being built right now. Right here, liquid pipe with thermal sensor built out of anything. 1400 degrees. It doesn't matter. It's totally fine. In automation wire, also built out of nickel or iron. That's fine. Bring it up there, just so we have it in here, but we don't forget it later. And then F7. Yes, we now have our carbon dioxide moving, so our rocket is legally getting fueled right now. And we can then go ahead and start with the sequence as well. In here, looks like they didn't bring any more. Yes, they did bring more, actually. They did actually bring more. What is the power requirement? Could I hook this thing up? So this is 120 and 60. That makes 180. 180 watts. And how much does one of these solar modules here produce? If I plop in one more, I can literally just power it. Yeah, might as well. We have the space available. Let's put on one more onto our battery here. Sure. And then let's put in one last thing, which is this wire right here. And then let's go to space. But this time, for real. Good. Very good. Love to see it. Could be much worse. As always. What have I built this here out of? Copper. Somebody really doesn't want to build the copper wire, but it's probably because they're building from top to bottom. From bottom to top, I mean. That makes sense. They're delivering all the stuff and just making their way slowly but steadily upwards. Which is cool. They shall do so if they choose to do so. How are we on the chlorine here? Oh my god, it's so low. It's really time for you to become a vacuum here. It's so freaking low. That's actually crazy. Even the carbon dioxide here is now spread all the way through. That tiny little drop that we had all the way here in like 2 or 3 tiles is now this entire area. That's how much it has dissipated. Yeah. Mercury in the airlock door? Oh, that's what it is? Oh, that's right. It's mercury that's in here. I thought it's some kind of graphical glitch. I mean, it's clearly still a glitch, but still. That's funny. That's funny to see. Let's kill this here. That's a nice sword. And let's please, dupes, build this here. Build me the solar panel. And then build me the wiring. Looks like the wiring is here. That's great. So that will at least cool down our briskets and whatnot in here a little bit more. And reduces this here at least down to -6 per cycle. So that is okay. That we can live with. -6 per cycle. That's okay. And there's the third one, the third solar panel module. That is literally it. It is time to take off. So let's grab it. The crew has been changed. Begin the launch sequence. Let's go. And let's see you later in space. Goof. With the double G. Very, very good. There he comes. And in case you're wondering, yes, he will just sleep on the floor. It's fine. Also, he doesn't need the suit, so he's going to unequip his suit. Very good. And then this here is going to be set to basically an infinite amount of data plastic banks. So yeah, we'll put 10 kilograms in, and we're going to start. That should give us a good amount of data banks here really, really quickly. I can't remember, is it 5 kilograms of plastic that we need to make one? Yes, it is. So, we're gonna go back and forth just like this here, and we're gonna make data banks. Lots and lots of them. And Goof, you can just chill here in space. You have your food. You can eat whenever you choose to do so. You have oxygen, and you have plastic. That's all you need. That's all you're gonna get to. Very good. All right. So far, it's coming along very, very nicely. Until the shitter is full. So yes, that is probably the limiting factor. You have roughly 15 cycles to get this here done. 15 cycles of being allowed to use the shitter, or being able to use the shitter. You have the classic white tea. It's practically begging for a big bog shelly stain down the front in decent quality. That's also new. Haven't had that one. We have 2 left. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so far so good. This here is really starting to come along, slowly but steadily. Just remember, swap toilet and analyzer, put analyzer on carpeted tiles, and I think they get speed bonus from tickled footsies. If you do that, if you choose to do that, your dupe is going to spend the majority of their time up here in 175 rads per cycle. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put that up here. That's for sure. Yep. You don't want to do that. Because your dupe will get radiation sickness. The difference is drastic. From the 37 to the 175 right here. Massive difference. Also dupe, if you wouldn't be sleeping right here, but maybe 1 tile further over, that would be cool, but I guess I can't have it all. Either way around though, the rads are actually a concern for this build if you build this here in reverse. But once again, I would say Goof has it really nice up here. I mean, he has 0% stress. The guy's happy, so can't really complain about that, I guess. Elfie says more rads if you move. Yep, I don't remember who said that. It was. Can you imagine a disc with 5 kilograms, right? I mean, you can use it as a floppy disk, but you can also use it to kill a guy. Your choice at that point. 10 pounds. Good grief. Yep, that is actually funny, yeah. To have 5 kilograms. For a disk. A floppy disk. If you have pemmican, do you even need a fridge? Because then you could use that stair bed on the left, no? No. That was the plan originally anyway. I thought I had more pemmican. I don't know what happened, but the dupes wouldn't bring it. So let's go back in here. The dupes, the refrigerator, is only here so I can put it in there and then drop it on the ground normally. In this case right here, though, since our pemmican is somehow disappeared. Oh no, it is here now. It's only 3,000 grams actually does equate to 7,800 kilocalories. Well, wouldn't you look at that? Either way around though, yes, we could just drop it on the floor. You're 100% correct. Yeah, you're 100% correct. We had not enough pemmican. I thought we had more. I was just wrong. Okay, we're making it. We're doing it. It's all good. We just need to get more building done. Over here. Like I said, just very time consuming. It's a long build. It's a big build. Just is what it is. Can't help that every once in a while. This here has been done though. So if we can't do anything else, well, we can't really do much. Well, that's actually not correct exactly. We can do this here. Yeah, that's all been connected. Everything's fine. The only thing I believe I have it disconnected from power on the right side, don't I? Yes. So if I connect this here to power, we can start pumping some polluted water up. Why not? Might as well. And then I probably will send a dupe over here to dig this here up just so we get more polluted water down there. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine, in fact. Okay. We can just fill up this liquid reservoir here all the way to the top with this polluted water that we have right here. So let's make that happen. Very, very good. Very, very good indeed. Yeah. Dupes are building along. We have a spigot pup in here. Thought we relocated that thing a long time ago. Oh, definitely. We did relocate it, but apparently there must have been an egg. Well, I guess that is what happened here. We also have apparently a tiny little bit of nectar for which we do not have a location at all. So we're gonna just relocate it to who knows where. How about right there? Just out of this area. The inside here, we would like to have clean. And not only the inside was just high priority, so we get it done. But on a low priority, this entire outside area right here is also allowed to look nice. So let's have the dupes make that happen. Whenever they have time. Again, low priority, not a necessity. It's a nice to have, not a need to have. That's the difference. And right here, we can also empty this oxygen right here. That should make a big dent into this area here to release 55 kilograms at once. Let's see what that looks like once the dupe comes by and actually does it. If we get a dupe to come by to do it. Looks like extra time is coming, doing it, and look at this nice little cloud here that just helps out a tiny little bit. Yeah, nice to see. Always nice to see. Also, this ladder here can go. I just realized. Don't know why you are still here. And then in K. Let's pick it up. Okay. Last few pieces here being built. It looks like the polluted water is making its way all the way over here already. That's very nice. We also dug this here up. Even better. So we're not going to run out of water anytime soon. Just to guesstimate, what is the distance here? I can't even read it. That's how far it is. That's 100 what tiles? I literally can't see it. 160 tiles. Okay. That is 1.6 tons right there. So we should probably cut that off here relatively soon. Probably at around 3,000. We're going to cut off the power supply, and we will see what we can end up with. Let's give it another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cut. Let's see what that happens to end up with. If that's fairly close to the top or not. Okay. Thermal aquatuna down here does need, of course, a power supply. So let's put a power supply in. We will have to redo a lot of power and stuff over here in the future as well. So right at the moment, it's just a matter of having the wire even in place at all. So let's make that happen. And bring it out here. And then let's see. How many do we have yet? 35 data banks. That would actually be a good opportunity to give this Atmos suit here to Goof. There you go. And then we're gonna stay right here. Land here. And once we're landed, we're just gonna really quickly grab the stuff that we want to grab, which is the data banks right here. Get them out of here. And then we're gonna go right back to space. Right back to space. How much plastic do we have left in here? 1,800 kilograms. That's plenty. Where did the data banks go? Did somebody already grab him? Oh, Goof already has him. Look at him. What a guy. Ha! What a guy. He's created him, and now he's bringing him straight to the research facility. What a dude. Or what a dupe, I suppose. What a Chad, right? That's what I was thinking, Doc. What a Chad. We need more dupes like him. Not gonna lie. On the bright side, though, you have been here now, and there's no reason for you to stay, so we might as well go ahead and actually set the destination here and go again. Let's go. Begin the launch sequence. We have enough data banks to get our research done, to get the research reactor, which means we can build a little bit more here in a second, which is great. So let's go ahead. Goof is in the research flow state. He sure is. He at least sure seems to be, indeed. I agree. I agree. I like it. I like that a lot. Here's suppress the current. Constantly the error messages. Temperature 230 degrees in here. That's okay. We're still holding. What do we have going on here? Oh, what do we have going on here? Oh, that makes sense, because the atmosphere is now so thin that it dissipates no more heat, but it is still enough to actually conduct it. And it's conducting it straight into our liquid valves, making them overheat. That is a problem that we need to solve right away. Right away. How are we gonna solve that problem? Let me think. Easiest, fastest solution for the problem at hand is to close it off right here. And then go 3 times. Yep, we're gonna go 3x. With ventilation. We're gonna grab us 3 vacuum pumps. 1 right here on the inside. 1 right here and 1 right there. That's going to be more than enough. Absolutely more than enough. To keep this here free from any kind of gas from coming in here. It's not even funny how much overkill this actually is. But it's better to be safe than sorry in this particular case here, I guarantee you that much. We're also going to come out here with the gas pipe, coming in here, coming through here, why not? Might as well. And we're just going to go to space, why not? Let's go higher, just to be safe. Don't want that stuff here to come back in here, and we're going to do it double. And on the bright side, this here will also help us out a little bit with creating a vacuum in this area. Why not? Why not? Power wire, and power wire. And priority looks just like this. Everything needs to be built ASAP. Alright. Valve will work even if broken. Yeah, but we are wasting iridium here. And it's also an eyesore. So yeah, we will see. We definitely are going to build it here to keep this from happening, but yeah. It's... You're correct though, they're still working, even when broken, we can see it. Still though, it's just a problem. And we're gonna solve it real quick. Yeah, I do need to disable repair up until the point that this stuff here is actually built. That is a good point. That is a complete waste of time right now until we can get the gases out. But okay, not a big deal. Over here we have steam. Is it 96 grams? 100 grams versus... Where the frick is the steam coming from? Where is all the steam coming from? Seriously though. Why do we have so much steam? Huh. Very odd. I truly don't know why we have so much steam. Not gonna lie, but I don't know what to do about it, so here we are. Let me do this here. Reason for it is that I can empty out this pipe here completely by doing so. Also, rebuild this. And we are lacking 1 single tile right here. Cool. Thanks, dupes. Would have been nice if we would have had that. That would have been very helpful, honestly. Not gonna lie. This here is also not connected to any kind of power, so the bypass is on. We are not wanting to run the thermal routine until we are actually ready for it. That has to be done as well. On top of airlock near reactor chamber. William is here. William says, good morning. How was your trip here? Sorry, I missed you, William. Doing great. Trip was great. Glad to be back, though. How are you doing? And thanks for joining, of course. On top of the airlock near reactor chamber. On top of this airlock, I mean, I do have a little bit of fluid right here that is condensating, but where's all the gas coming from? Where's all the steam coming from? Where did we get that from? I mean, everything was literally carbon dioxide and other stuff just a few seconds ago, and now all of a sudden it's all steam and a lot of it? How? I truly don't understand, to be very honest, but I don't know. Guess we'll see. Apparently we are out on nickel. Seriously? Did not know that's a thing. Then let's build our iron. How about that? Same is obviously true here as well. If that is what's going to stop us, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Not a good enough excuse here. We have plenty of other materials to utilize, so let's make it happen here. And still do it with high priority. By the way, you're missing a ladder to build a pipe? Build a ladder to build what pipe? This pipe right here? No, I didn't miss nothing. Or what other pipe could you possibly mean? This pipe? This pipe here is what you mean. There we go. Now we're talking about the same pipe. Pipe's not pipe. Gas pipe, yep. Yep, on a gas pipe, you're 100% correct. I do have a ladder missing. But I do need really those two here to turn on. That would be more important. Because these two here are what are going to determine what's actually going to go in there. So yeah. Would be good to see that happen. I would seal and forget about valves. We will forget about the valves very shortly. Once we have a vacuum in this area, it's a non-issue. We just don't have it yet. But the vacuum pipes will... pumps will just help us create a vacuum here even faster than before, so... Not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Alright, there we go. Now we are pumping the first few pieces of steam out into space. And soon this in here will be a full-blown vacuum and nothing will be able to enter anymore. Latest when this last gas pipe here is built. And it will be a non-issue as well. Also, what did I build this here out of? Plastic and iridium would be cool. But yeah, can't have it all. Should be still fine for our use case here. Alright. They're all pumping. This one here should turn off here momentarily because it should pump all the steam out. Yeah, something like this here. And very soon, this here will all disappear. And these here will literally just keep the entrance here free. Just another minute or so, and it should be okay. How are we on research? We are good on research. We can now grab us the research reactor, and we can plop it. I believe it's here. Let me check. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's here. That's where it goes. That's where the research reactor lives. And that's where it can live as well. And here we are just going to go ahead, liquid vent, very easily. Putting it on the bottom right here. So if it can't go into the research reactor, bypass straight downwards. Very easy and straightforward as always. Okay, very good. Can't really complain about this here. We will have the research reactor here at least sitting here momentarily. And while we're doing that, let's open up another blueprint. What do we have? Grape glovelets. Wrist coverage is so overrated. Gloves in common quality. Those are Vesties gloves right there. I mean, if you Google Vesties gloves, that's what pops up as the very first result. I promise you. But that's good. That leaves us one more to go for today. Okay, I mean, water's condensing and whatnot all over the place. That's fine. Not a big issue. One research reactor? One research reactor. Who's building it? Feigen. Feigen is here building it. Very good. We will need to put in some more safety mechanisms here. This here is nowhere near good enough. We need to have another safety, because the number one reason why research reactors explode is, just like in real life, really, surprise, surprise, that the water supply is cut off for one reason or another. That is usually the number one reason. So that is something that we cannot have happened, no matter what. That means we need to have an additional safety, a second water source. If, for whatever reason, these steam turbines here are not running, for example, let's say, they're overheating because our water down here, our thermal reactor tuner can't keep up. Our steam turbines are dying. No water is being output anymore. No heat is being removed anymore. The research reactor blows up, and this entire left top corner here is gone. So yeah, that is something that we need to be very aware of, and that is the main thing that we need to do before we can start up anything here. Okay. That should be good enough. Let's check it out. We're gonna enable auto repair once again, and we shouldn't see any more damage coming to our valves right here. Let's see if that is a true statement once we have it repaired. Yes, it is. Then last but not least, I'm going to plop in one singular tile right here. Why one research reactor when you have 10 steam engines? I have 11, actually. To be precise here. And because this here produces so much heat that these 11 here will be fully utilized the entire time out of this one research reactor. And if you starve it for water, you can run many, many, many more than that. Who was that? I was thinking it was Thomas earlier who said he built some insane system where he had, what did he say, 30 or 40 or however many steam turbines on one research reactor? That is just how the research reactor works, William. Just how it goes. Nah, those globes don't have transit tubes or drywall attached to them, says 3C. Guess that's also a fact of life, yes. LOL, instantly my brain said cooling when you said water. Yup. Right? Just like in real life. It's always the same. It's always the same. Nothing changes. May be a game or in real life. Actually, I wanted to take off your suit. It doesn't matter. Now you had it on long enough. That is beyond mattering. We have our 40 databanks up here, and we're gonna get some more. But this is definitely a good thing. And the research reactor is now here. We can see in F6, that's all it has here. It has nothing in F7. But it does have, not in automation, right here. Fuel delivery control. We can disable or enable the fuel delivery. Which is very nice. Because we just delivered it. You just saw that. We just delivered 9 kilograms of enriched uranium. Thankfully, though, we have no water. It won't do anything. But, oof, that could be very dangerous really quickly. Matter of fact, I'm gonna eject this here. So we... can I eject it? Can I? I might not be able to. Yeah. I just don't want an accident to happen, so it would be nice if I just could keep any uranium out of it completely as far away as possible, but apparently I can't even eject it, sadly enough. But it's fine. Again, as long as we don't give it a single drop of water, everything's good. So just to be safe that there is no accidents that can happen, let's make sure that this here is not connected to anything at all. Can I have a look at the aqua tuna above your reactor? I just want to know the material used. Can I have a look at your aqua tuna above your reactor? You mean this aqua tuna down here in the bottom? That is below my reactor? Because I don't have one above. And this one here is built out of iridium. Below. Okay, yes, below. Just wanted to make sure, William, that I'm talking about the same thing as you. I built it out of iridium with an overheat temperature of 625, but that's not necessary. Because the last time I built this thing here, it was built out of steel. And it worked just as fine. So steel is good enough, but iridium is a new material that is nearby, so we might as well utilize it. We have plenty of it, as we can see here, 108 tons. We're not going to run out of that stuff anytime soon, so... Okay, while we're here, let's build in a couple of extra safety devices. One of them is a pneumatic door with a mesh tile on top that doesn't allow a dupe to come through here. We don't want that. Right up top here, we have ladders. These ladders right here are fine. Dupes can go along here because this here is 6 high. There is nothing here that can... Or there's nothing that the dupes can do, no matter what happens. Our enriched uranium, we are going to bring that in. Automatically with shipping. We're probably just gonna keep a conveyor receptacle somewhere around here. That's fine. Let me check this real quick. Yep, into storage. Can be used by dupes. Conveyor receptacles, I barely ever use them. I just throw it on the floor usually, but just to be safe. A conveyor receptacle can be used with autosweepers, right? I'm pretty sure that is a true statement. Pretty sure. Although, can't build that out of iron ore, huh? So let's put this here in, and let's bring in a rail built out of iron ore. That's fine. We can just build it out of here somewhere, and then bring it, hell, I don't know, somewhere down here, where we can have somewhat easy access to bring in refined uranium. Because why not? Something like, yeah, right here. Right here, we're gonna put our conveyor loader. Not there, damn it. There we go. Let's try it one more time on the bottom. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is it Mercury? Where is Mercury? Near TWR. Oh, down here in the bottom? Yeah, there is a little bit of mercury. No, that's not going to cause any issues. It's 33 grams and it's just stuck here in the corner. It can't go anywhere, as that's not what I wanted to cancel. This one up here I can mop, but this one here I can't do anything for or against. It just stays there. Good eyes, though. Not everybody would have caught that, that's for damn sure. And wire plus automated wire use, not lead, I hope. Nope, that's iron. And we have here the liquid pipe sensor made out of nickel. Automation wire made out of iron. Absolutely. We're fine. All these metal tiles here made out of aluminum, for example. You can build a tile there to push out the mercury. I guess it could become an issue. You do have a good point there. Yeah, you do have a point there. We might as well get it out of there and mop it up before it does actually become a problem. I'm with you. I'm with you. You do have a good point there. Because our liquid pump is going to live right here. That is where it's going to be. So, yep, that has to go. That is a good point. I know that I could have built a tile to push it, but I figured it wouldn't be an issue. But you guys are right. It could actually become an issue. Into the infinite storage? That would be a problem. That would be a problem indeed. Yeah. If pumped with waste. Yep, exactly as you're saying. You're 100% correct. 100%. Let's build us another power transformer over here. Let's connect it like this. And let's connect it like this here. And let's see if we can maybe, just maybe bring the wire over here. I know, nothing's reachable. But we're going to change that right now by putting in another row of ladders right here. Just for the dupes to be easier to walk around. This is nonsense. Let's bring this up. And then through here. Through there. And into there. There we go. Built out of lead. Nope. Nope. Outside lead. That's cool. Inside lead. Not so much. Let's make it out of iron. There we go. That's better. Much, much better. Let's make it happen. By the way, B, how do you plan to cool down 11 steam engines using only one aqua tuner? It's going to work out. It's going to work out. Ome, thank you very much for the follow. Truly appreciate that over on Twitch, of course. Again, thank you. Why is this one singular ladder here not being built? What's wrong with it? That one piece of ladder here bugged out for who knows what reason. It didn't even have a dupe on here at all. And it has been here for the last hour or so. Kurt Lundslinger is here and says, hey, Katrina, her phone died. Should set up automation so that it fills the reactor. Yes, true. Very true. Need to do that as well. That is still lacking. How do you... oh, sorry. We already did that. It is a reactor. Do you want to take chances? You're 100% right, Elfie. Couldn't agree more. Also, how do you plan to clear out the nuclear waste that will be overflowing? Wait, what nuclear waste will be overflowing? Oh, it's not been built yet. There will be a pump here. There will be a pump built out of iridium that is literally going to sit right there. And then we are going to have... I can build it right now because it doesn't matter. In automation, we're going to have a... Where's the pressure sensor? I said pressure. Am I crazy? Am I just blind? Hydro sensor, not pressure. Damn it. Words. Words are hard. That is built out of... Hydro sensor built out of nickel. Nickel is not optimal. Apparently we are very low on that stuff. Gonna put that down here. Gonna put that over here. And then right here, of course, we're gonna come out with insulated pipes to wherever we want to go. We still have to set that up. Probably in this area right here that we carved out here so nicely. This area here is actually perfect for the kind of experiments that we want to do with all of our wonderful, wonderful radiation. And here's words in chat and says, wait, what? I had nothing to do with it. God damn it. That's too funny. A pump need tiles to stand on? Wait, what? This pump here. Does not need tiles to stand on. This pump here does need fluid on the second row. So what I have actually done incorrectly is as following. The hydro sensor needs to live one higher. That is what I need to do. There we go. It doesn't need a tile. Yes, now we are on the same page here. That's what it needs. We're just gonna have a row here on the bottom that is always completely filled with nuclear waste. Yep. Now we're on the same page. Sorry for Ryan that didn't understand you. But now we figured it out, and that will work. So it's all good. Okay. Yeah, I can also guarantee you guys that we are not going to be able to start this thing here up. I won't have enough time. I need to go here in the next 10 minutes, and it will take us longer than 10 minutes to start this here up. But we made a lot of progress today. Holy cow. I mean, if you remember what this here looked like when we started earlier today, holy shit. We made a lot of good progress today towards this goal right here. How are we doing in space, by the way? Hey, Goof, you still hanging on there? 74 databanks? Maybe we do take off your suit now, since you're just complaining constantly about it. There we go. No reason for you to come back home anytime soon. We have plenty of oxalite. The carbon dioxide is not yet an issue. Just keep on making more databanks, sir. You're fine. Okay. Very, very good. Very, very good. Yeah. Yeah, next time around, we will have to prime the research reactor. That's the number one thing. Saul, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. We have to prime the research reactor. As a matter of fact, not even prime the research reactor. We have to prime this area right here. We have to induce heat into it. And only once we have heat in here and steam in this entire area, then we can turn on the research reactor. Then we have to prime that. So yeah. LOL, now his suit is out of O2 before returning to the base. Yeah, because I forgot to take it off of him. It was already out of O2 earlier when I noticed it, but it's fine. It's gonna be completely out of O2. He will make it from here to there, though. Even without O2. He'll be fine. He'll be just fine. Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and we're going to open our last blueprint for the day. Ooh, a sleek blue planter box. The thick paint drips are invisible from a distance. In a common quality. That's actually really nice looking. I don't think we had that one. Today was actually a really good day from a blueprint perspective. Huh. Just a bit steamy? That is a bit steamy, yes. Okay, the thermal container right here still doesn't have power as it should be. We will have to introduce some water into this area right here. That is going to be actually the bigger problem. We will need a backup water supply. The backup water supply. We will have to tap it from down here somewhere. The temperature of the water literally doesn't matter, so it's completely pointless. We can't just use this water right here because we have concerns of overflowing and stuff. Anyway, it is already overflowing, in fact. Has been overflowing for a while, probably. But yeah, right here, we're putting all the ice in here. Every time it melts, we're putting more in here, and it overflows just here randomly to the left whenever it feels like it. So that worked out just fine. But we need to do this here a little bit nicer. And all this natural gas right here. Look at all this stuff. That's crazy. Still don't know where it's coming from. Honestly. Still don't. But that is okay. We also had one other thing going for us, which was this gas pump here. That caused us a lot of trouble with the oxygen. Those troubles are gone. But we can do the same thing, just a lot lower right here, and pump out this carbon dioxide on the bottom here as well, just to lower this stuff here down a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We have the power, so it doesn't really matter to us. Might as well. I don't think we got any socks, as we see. Has Clay updated their blueprint RNG? They may have. They may have, because you are correct. We have not gotten any kind of slippers or nothing. So yeah, it could well be that they updated their RNG. That's funny, actually. Okay, in F6 everything's done. In F2 most of it is done. We do have the auto sweeper right here that is now hooked up to power, is it? No, it's not. We actually can't use this here as a power source. That's right. I just realized that. This here is only for the self-contained tamer. That's a problem. That is a problem. That is a power source that we do not want to tap into. For sure not. We will have to find us a different one. But we could just make this here potentially a power area. I mean, the temperature here is pretty neat, not too crazy, not outrageous. It's nice and cold down here. We can replace these tiles right here, these insulated tiles, with normal tiles. Yeah, we have a lot of options available here to us. And I think the best possible one is to replace here these tiles right here, or these ladders right here, better to say, with normal tiles. And then grab us this bad boy right here, and slap it right there. And bring in the power from here instead. That's a better mousetrap. Connect it to here and rip this here out. There we go. That's the better mousetrap. That's much better. Nilmer says, good night. Have a great one. Nilmer, thanks again for joining today. Truly appreciate you. And I hope you have a good night as well. A good night as well. But yeah, this here's what we need, and the next time around, like I said, we are going to prime the thing here, we are going to fire it up, and we are going to see what it does. And then, of course, we also need to expand our space program here quite drastically, because this here currently is what it looks like. It's not a lot, it's not big, it's a shit rocket, to be very precise here. But it's the best we got right now. Next time around, we will have to see that we can, well, that's actually a whole nother problem that I just realized. We have forgotten one thing completely in its entirety, and that is the telescope. We may put that in real quick, because if I don't do it now, I know myself too well. We will forget it next time, or I will forget it next time. So let's see, where can we put it? Just right here will do. Just right there will do. And then, yes, it needs oxygen. I'm just going to put it up there right now, because this here has a longer range as well. So we are going to use the better telescope for this use case right here. Again, just temporarily. Until we have everything looked at that we can see from here. But if I don't put it in right now, I will forget it next time. Until it is way too late. So let's do it right away. But don't do a safety test when the reactor is in the xenon pit. Ah, that's alright. What could possibly go wrong? I have my Geiger counter here. It measures 3.6 Röntgen. That's not bad. Not great, not terrible. It's just fine. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so far so good. This here's being built. And like I said, this here is just for a dupe to sit in real quick and check out the vicinity around us a little bit more, so we know what we're dealing with and what we can actually access. And that is then on the docket for next time as well, because turning this one here on is really not that big of an act anymore. Maybe another, I don't know, handful of cycles or so, and it's up and running without too big of an issue. We have basically infinite power at that point, and then we can go from there. It's great. But yeah, I think this is a great moment to stop here. Like I said, we accomplished a lot today. We really, really did. That was a lot to build. Like I said, a nuclear research reactor setup is probably one of the most complicated builds in the game. Not complicated, that's the wrong word. More of the most time-consuming builds in the game, just because of the size is so big that you need to run around and get so much materials for it that it's not even crazy. That's not even funny, I mean. But we got it done. Now we just gotta turn it on next time around. But that is all I have for you today. And with that I say thank you and peace.